I can't believe it's been a full year since we had a Mega Corazón festival. In that year, so many things have happened. But the most important thing is that the poets from Mega Corazón have new work for you. So over the next few hours, you will be hearing works from 15 of San Antonio's most amazing performance poets, almost 100 poems. These will circulate in continuous loop through the end of the month. So if you miss it at this hour, log on the next one. Thank you very much. Enjoy Mega Corazón 2024.
Hi, my name is Eddie Vega, and I'd like to read something from my newest book. The book is called Somos Nopales, and this is what we like to call the title track. When I think of a plant, I don't think of a cactus. Its form irregular, no stem and broad leaves, or leaves that are limbs and spikes that are leaves. The oldest with a bark, because we even really call them trees. Fruit that might look like a pear but sweeter. Adorned with the most impossible of flowers, cactus pokes out from under rocks, straddles a fence line, sprouts up next to old brick walls surrounded by asphalt and concrete. Yet, it was on the cactus that the eagle was found eating the serpent. On the plant that thrives in arid climates, whose paddles will cause you pain, discarded on the driest of ground only to reroot itself and rise again, refuses to give up, refuses to go away, refuses to die, and nopal is the toughest, most resilient plant on earth. And what does it say about us that we eat nopales? Que comemos nopalitos, that we eat cactus, that we cut the spikes off like they didn't matter, that we wash and rinse and boil and rinse and rinse and drain and saute, that we cut the ugliest shrub del monte. The plant, rejected, found amid stones, has become the cornerstone of our Lenten plate, the Lazarus of our garden. You say ouch, we say Ike. You say ooh, we say dame más. You say cactus, we sing nopalitos, se venden nopalitos, nopalitos se venden, nopalitos se dan para la cena, para el desayuno, con huevo y tortilla, nopalitos se venden, nopalitos se dan. And someone had to cut the spikes off, then wash it, then boil it, then wash it again, and someone had to figure that out, so stop saying that we're lazy. And raza, stop being lazy. We can wash and boil and wash all those politicals all we want, but they won't get any more palatable. Let's cast the ballot that casts them out. Somos nopales, we are cactus. Let's prosper where we plant ourselves. Be a prickly pain to the system that thinks it can just handle us. Be the toughest, most resilient transplant on earth. Make roots along those walls. Rise among the stones. Flourish in wastelands. They might look away from us, but we cannot be avoided. They only succeed in giving us an unquenching desire to grow and 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 grow. They tried to bury us. They didn't know that we were nopales. Nopales, 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 somos nopales, and we refuse to die.
Greetings and salutations, everyone. So good to be with you. I'm Andrea Vocab Sanderson, and this is my friend Miguel Garza on guitar. We got a few poetry pieces for you all. This first piece is called Feels Like Summer. I feel habanero hot, box fan in the window hot, fridge unhinged, colorful raspa with a kiss of chili and chamoy hot, popsicles melting, sticky sweetness on my lips hot. The season is changing and solstice sensations is all I've got. And baby, it's so hot. Summertime sounds like the paletta cart, bells ringing, sprinklers running, lawnmowers humming, unfolding a plastic tarp for slip and slide. A slow sunset car ride, AC blasting on high, windows down low, just letting the humid air blow. Feels like gliding a ribbed tank top across my torso. Queen Helene, cocoa butter lotion on my skin, but what's the point of rubbing it in? My youth kept me glistening and golden. Summertime sounds like a golden, soulful classic playing on the radio. Yeah, Motown hits, freestyle music, but you know hip-hop vibes are so contempo. Lyrics about revolution, anthems bumping with groovy instrumentals. So many jams thumping through my speakers provided an influential soundtrack to my life. Summertime feels like sweaty in the shade. Looks like sun-brewed tea and pictures of lemonade. Definitely like hanging on the front porch or back porch or wading through anybody's swimming pool. Trying not to move too much in order to stay cool. Reminds me of spending all of the day at the YMCA, shooting pool or playing games, saving up coins for the arcade, attending the 4th of July parade with blasting fireworks rocketing, rocking blue jean shorts and skirts, looking my best, trying to flirt, but being too shy. And sometimes I'm lounging in linen or saying yes to the sundress depending on how I'm feeling. Wearing big earrings and even bigger hairdos. Pump it up, eco gel, rave to save the day. Where would I be without you? Braids, buns, fades, twists, moose, bobby pins, curling irons, and spritz. Combs with black fists. All of this, praying that it will hold up in the humidity. I wish the cool air was blowing on me. 'Cause summer comes and goes so quickly, and we need to cherish the freedom while it lasts. Once the time passes, back to strict rules, back to school, back to waking up early, and nothing is as cool as summertime. Trips to visit my favorite cousins, for family vacation, barbecues, parties, so many invitations to just relax, celebrate, and unwind. The season is changing into solstice sensations and everything is fine. The heat is all I've got, and baby, it's summertime. Summertime, and the living is easy. Fish are jumping, and the cotton is high. Your daddy is rich, yeah, and your mama's good looking. So hush, little baby, don't you cry. It's summertime. It's summertime. It's summertime.
This is diatriba number 6, Hocicona Peleonera. I've seen a lot of violence. I felt a lot of pain. Now if I don't stand up to it, I felt it all in vain. I stood up to some enemies, I stood up to some friends, and if my peace is threatened, I'll stand up once again. I hear a word of insult, I see a cruel act. The powerless should rally when the powerful attack. So we must fight together, and we must hold the line. If community is the body, las mujeres are the spine. They call me hocicona. When I'm pissed, I won't shut up. My mouth is a volcano, cross my gente, it erupts. They call me peleonera because they think I like to fight, but I'm not fighting for my ego. I'm just fighting for what's right. Hocicona, peleonera, luchadora, soldadera, Adelita, mujer fuerte, poderosa, muy valiente. Hocicona, peleonera, luchadora, soldadera. I've seen a lot of violence. I felt a lot of pain. Now if I don't stand up to it, I felt it all in vain. Mothers stand up for their children, sisters stand up for their friends. And when our peace is threatened, we must stand up once again. They call me hocicona. When I'm pissed, I won't shut up. My mouth is a volcano, cross my gente, it erupts. They call me peleonera because they think I like to fight, but I'm not fighting for my ego. I'm just fighting for what's right. Hocicona, peleonera, luchadora, soldadera, Adelita, mujer fuerte, poderosa, muy valiente. Hocicona, peleonera, luchadora, soldadera.
This is a new poem called Test Day. It's test day, and I don't want to go to school. Do unto others as you would have them do to you. Yes, I'm invoking the golden rule. The caterpillars in my stomach are starting to roam, and my mouth is beginning to foam. Oh, please, please, just let me stay home. I won't make an A or a B or a C. I won't make a D or an F, not even a G. Heck, I might be the first kid ever to have his paper stamped with a Z. And Mom, Dad, I don't really think you want that to happen to me. It's test day and I'm feeling the stress. My fingers are curling up into knots so I can't even dress. Cough, cough, hack, hack, hack. I'm way too young for this heart attack. And I'm sure you're aware that brain cells burned off by intense fear don't ever grow back. I mean, you can't be so unkind as to actually let this occur to my mind. Please open the window. I need some fresh air and maybe just one more day to prepare. I don't mean to rely on any infamous quotes, but I swear that the feral cats in the alley clawed through all of my study notes. I don't know what happened or how it came to be that I opened my books up so late. Usually, I'm not one to procrastinate, but wait, did I just hear you say that this is a test on vocabulary day? You should have just told me before my blood pressure rose, because when it comes down to words, it just so happens that I know plenty of those.
Write in one language, they say, and agents glare, hairy brows over foreign words, and almost trying hope say, it's not French, is it? But it isn't, nor is my mind. When I try tight, clean, line, manicured to be like Leave It to Beaver's house, straight sidewalk, so square hedges. And if there's one on this side, there's also one on that. Equally paced, place, space, control. You seem to have lost control of the line in this one, he says. It all explodes. I see bilingue, beautiful explosions. Two worlds collide, two tongues dance inside the cheek together. Por aquí poquito and a dash allá también salsa, cha-cha, disco, polka. Rock that Texan cumbia na molcajete mezcla.
But restrain yourself. The man pleads sanity. Trim the excess, just enough and nothing more. Think Shaker rooms and lots of light, 2 windows, Puritan clean floors, and chairs up on simple pegs, 3. Y las palabritas mías are straining at the yoke. 2-headed sunflowers peeking through St. Moderatius grass, waiting for familias grandes, garden growing wild with Mexican hierbitas, spices, rosas, baby trees, nurtured así muy natural. No one knows yet if they're 2 years old and should be weaned or pruned or toilet trained, but they're given only agua y cariñitos, shade and sun and compañía. City inspection crew, house and gardens crew, publications crew agree. The lack of discipline, lack of Puritan purity. Chaucer must have felt like this, the old Pachuco, playing his Tex-Mex onto the page, and even then the critics said, write in one language. But when he pondered all that cleanness, so controlled, on one side Anglo-Saxon, on the other Norman French, forms halved, he just could not deny his own familia. Primos from both sides, weeds that like to crawl over sidewalks, pa juntarse, visit, stretch out, comfy, natural and lusty, hybrid wealth in English, and told them it was just because he was undisciplined, unpolished, and did not know how to make love with just one person in the room or on the page. And he, like me, did what he wanted anyway. But you, like they, want Shaker hallways, while I grow Mexican gardens and weed-rich backyards. There are too many colors in the marketplace to stay within the lines, to play modest when Mexico and Gloria Rodriguez both say, estos gringos con su match, y a mí me gusta mix. There are too many cariños to be created to stay within the lines too many times when I want to tell you there is room here for 2 tongues inside this kiss.
Hello, my name is Shara Marie Booker, and I am very excited to be part of the Mega Corazón, and thank you to URBAN-15 for inviting me. I'm very excited to be performing. This first poem that I'll be performing is for all of us who've had and loved a pet as part of our family. This poem is called Heart Sore, the ballad of a dying pet. On the cusp of fall, I pondered the dying time, season of dried, withered leaves, preparing us for new growth in spring. What a burden my grief had become. Mourning you before you had even left, I propped up my heart like a miner with stanchions of hope and despair, equally placed to prevent a collapse, a total cave-in. Why do we love? Why do we even open the book of our hearts if the final chapter always reads the same? With the ending known from the very start, like Shakespeare with his tragedy about to unfold. The heart muscle, when torn or broken, comes back, not only heals, but comes back stronger, tougher, better able to bear the strain, to withstand the pain that comes from our lives, from our loves. Our heart searches out what it loves. Despite the season, without a reason, we open another chapter in the book of our hearts. It's not that we don't know how it will end. Rather, it's exactly that knowledge which makes it so precious. With each loss, an autumn leaf falls, With each love, a spring of hope returns. As these seasons turn, we make ourselves stronger, ready to love again.
Greetings from Aztlan. I'm Eduardo Cavazos Garza. I'd like to do a poem by Itzolin Valdemar Garcia, written circa 1984, and he was age 9. It's called And Life Begins. I slowly drift around in a spherical shape, forming a dazzling cloud of glittering colors. I proudly spin and twirl. Sparkling colors soar out into space. I can feel myself being pulled in, being closed into a peaceful circle. I link together, forming a hard ball. Then I rotate in harmony with everything else. Slowly, spark erupts. Then a flicker and a whole spurt of flame. I heat up to an incredible degree. Slowly but surely, I begin to throw off the hot, flaky crust from my back and shoulders. I roll in glee, pure, holy. With amazing speed, I begin to quiver. Light shines out. I heat up, swelling. Then I explode. Far, far, everywhere, turned inside out. I am free, free to start new life.
It seems to me the stars are enduring. Here where I stand, the ancestors stood. The same wind, the same night sky, the same trees, the same sweet scent of grass. I touch my face, and the hand touching my face is 100 hands deep. We are like lost children who do not know our birth names, do not know our birth mothers, as if we had been taken, as if we had been abandoned, as if we had been raised in a world without mirrors. The world confuses history with truth, victims with survivors, lines on a map for reality. The headlines proclaim us foreign, dangerous, and dark-skinned hordes invading what has never existed. This is my earth, not theirs. It has always been my earth. Taste it, and my blood and your tongue will confuse the two, the one. This sky and my spirit also one, the same ardent shade of blue. And this is my face as it has been for 1,000 years, all my mother's faces. I walk the same steps, listening to a half song, dreaming a half song, my voice fashions a half song. But my hands are not half hands. My heart is not a half heart. My blood is not half blood. My soul is not half soul. If I stand, they stand. If I live, they live. If I breathe, they breathe. If I speak, they speak through me. If I heal, they heal through me. I am never alone. I am never only one. I am the embodiment of 1,000 years' desire to survive, to live, to be free. Here where I stand, the ancestors stood. The same wind, the same night sky, the same trees, the same sweet scent of grass. I touch my face, and the hand touching my face is 100 hands deep. It seems to me the stars are endearing.
Detritus. Relish the sound of words. Detritus. Consider writing as a response to the daily debris, to our daily detritus. And by the way, when you get writer's block, eavesdrop. Today I want to share with you the litany. The power of the list, like the grocery list. A litany is initially a prayer or supplication in religious processions, but the litany has become recently a poetic list of repetitious phrases, a catalog. And I like the idea of litany as a plea, because that's what we do, we writers, when we approach the blank page. And I want to bring you an example of a litany by one of my favorite poets, writers, short story writer also, a novelist, Pulitzer Prize winner, N. Scott Momaday. He died this past January, so I want to honor him by reading his litany, his list of images. His Kiowa Indian name is Soai Tali. The Delight Song of Soai Tali by N. Scott Momaday. I am a feather on the bright sky. I am the blue horse that runs in the plain. I am the fish that rolls, shining in the water. I am the shadow that follows a child. I am the evening light, the luster of meadows. I am an eagle playing with the wind. I am a cluster of bright beads. I am the farthest star. I am the cold of dawn. I am the roaring of the rain. I am the glitter on the crust of the snow. I am the long track of the moon in a lake. I am a flame of 4 colors. I am a deer standing away in the dusk. I am a field of sumac and the palm blanche. I am an angle of geese in the winter sky. I am the hunger of a young wolf. I am the whole dream of these things. You see, I am alive. I am alive. I stand in good relation to the earth. I stand in good relation to the gods. I stand in good relation to all that is beautiful. I stand in good relation to the daughter of Sententi. You see, I'm alive. I am alive.
My name is Tilton. This is a poem that I wrote called Identity. Who would I be without the self-defense mechanisms developed by my insecurities? This worries me. What then will be my destiny? I'm here to fulfill a prophecy, because when I look inside of me, there is a voice whose echo rings, and this is what it's telling me. There is only one me, the only I ever made in history. All else may be a mystery, facts that can change and be retaught. but there is no one who can steal my thoughts. I will gladly share them openly, the fear, the pain, and hope in me, and you can say what you want of me one day if you ever spoke of me. Call me comedy, call me tragedy, but it's only I who peers inside of me. But who am I? Besides a series of atoms strung together, protons, electrons, neutrons, various groups of selves, my organs, my flesh, my concept of reality, my realization of time, my acceptance of this moment, who am I? Besides a mother, a woman, a teacher, a student, a singer, a lover, a poet, an artist, and a thief, besides a human being, who am I? Besides my actions, my words, my thoughts, my pain, my joy, my guilt, my anger, my hope, besides my moral code, my knowledge of right and wrong, besides my heart's pure desire for one perfect moment in life, who am I? Besides a dancer and a mess and all of my broken pieces taped together, wearing a dress, who am I besides myself? When I am right besides myself, standing and staring at the matter to my left, and I see me without the self, for all that matters, all that's left, it's then that I realize that I am nothingness and omnipotence at the same time. I am the floating feather and the train track combined. I am a piece of sunshine, a speck of dirt. So when I see myself besides my own self-worth, I am a universe, a part of an intricate series of webs stringing all beings together. So when I see trees or animals or human beings, I see my brothers and sisters. I am beyond this atmosphere. How do you think I've gotten here? I am a series of atoms and tears and tears in the reality, which keep us at a constant rate of change. I am stardust, with purpose, form, and function. I am a revolution. I am a combination of my ancestors' destinies. And when I look inside of me, beyond anything hearts can feel or eyes can see, I am a celestial manifestation beyond a name. Namaste. When the light in me recognizes the light in you, I see that we are the same.
My name is Jim LaVilla Haviland, and I'm the coordinator for National Poetry Month in San Antonio, a program that's gotten bigger and bigger and has always had Mega Corazón as part of its wonderful events and outreach broadly. This is called It Didn't Stop. It's by Nathan C. It's in If I Was a Bird, which was last year's book. Moms kept stressing. I kept going back to the situation, back to the cage, back to the hood, back to the friends moms thought were no good. It didn't stop. Remembered it started when I was in 4th grade. It didn't stop. Remember my first on lock. I felt my heart drop. It's crazy when you're in your cell thinking, what's the time? But when you look at the clock, all you hear and think is tick, tock. It didn't stop.
Hello, my name is Joyous Windrider Jimenez, and I am an artist, a poet, and an educator in San Antonio. And I'm so happy to be here sharing my poems for Mega Corazón 2024. This poem in particular deals with the grief that comes when we feel like we can't share our stories because we're afraid that doing so would harm those we love. And this is called Moon. You are the broken, tattered, battered trinket of a dream, which shone down upon my face from the minute I was born. A worn-out, weathered military doll, once proud, now in a sagging cap and a dirty suit. The untold story of pain and innocence lost. Truth shines like the midday sun behind my closed eyes, breaking through the dirty slats of my denial, blinding light in the darkness of this prison, impenetrable, hopeless, silent, and still cold. The prison keeper demands an exit fee. Only a confession, signed and notarized, only a confession for you to be free, but they don't know what they're offering. The price of my freedom is too costly. The destruction of my most prized possession. You see, you are the moon to me. You're waxing and waning, unchanging my worship of your form. And oh, when your silver light washes through the shadows of these bars, I feel. You are a precious doll to me. Your eyes close to sleep when I lay you on my shelf to dream of who you were always meant to be. Is it my place to protect the moon? I am a storyteller forbidden to tell the truth. I sit and imagine what it smells like out there amongst the messy living beings outside this concrete door. I sit in the dusky, terrible darkness of the twilight hour, learning and fearing both the crushing silence and the aching desire to surrender to my own need, to sing the song I hold within my belly, a song of grief, the sorrowful mourning of the thornbird's last breath. Tonight, though, glow, for I am left unspent, my moon, my greatest comfort, my deepest regret.
Hello, I'm Marisol Cortez. I'm excited for National Poetry Month. I'm excited for Mega Corazón. So I wanted to open with this particular poem because it's a poem that fills me with a lot of joy. It's very much a poem that's kind of a stream of consciousness. It's a poem of free association. And it just makes me really happy whenever I read it. So I'll start with another poem about common birds. I hear it come out of me like a poem without trying. So after the phone, I write it down about how I'm standing in front of the oven's hot breath, gaze tracking upward past the full-page newsprint ad that Yoko Ono took out in the New York Times in memory of John. And it is a New Year's wish to remind us that war is over. If you want it, that's the catch. Sly, conditional, printed in small type below, with love from Theo John and Thea Yoko. A small delight to see it there in the Times, sandwiched between stories about Trump and Putin and Trump. A novelty so far removed from the dishwater dull San Antonio Express News that I cut it out and tape it to the kitchen wall, past which my eyes now slide, because out the kitchen window on the roach tree out back, whose vinegary sap attracts autumnal curtains of American snout-nosed butterflies each fall, is one strapping, tuxedoed blue jay, typically nasty, obnoxious, common, but gorgeous still, striped, crested in blue and white and black. Things you can notice when they're not screaming and dive-bombing cats for once. First one jay, and then two, when another, slightly larger, lights beside the first to perch politely upon the lip of an old branch so long sawed off the roach tree it has formed a hollow, a cavity there for rain, a watering hole, a bird bar, into which I watch the two jays politely taking turns, dipping down to sip or nibble, first one and then the other, until a grackle descends, an asshole apparently entitled to swoop in and scatter jays from the roost by right of size and seize their drink. And he, or she, or they, or it, or whatever neo or xeno pronouns birds use for themselves, or don't, is even larger and shinier than the two robust jays, feathers smooth as black glass, big as a crow or raven almost. So solid and substantial, you can almost imagine why the strangest thought might have occurred to the ancestors. To snare and eat these ancient airborne raptors. But to my vegan friends, I don't advocate the snaring and eating of grackles or other birds for that matter, however common.
Hello, my name is Natalia Trevino, and I am so happy to be here today with URBAN-15 to do one more celebration of Mega Corazón. And this poem is from a series of poems that will come out in my new book called Socorro, which is for my grandmother, and who is named Socorro. And there's a little section of the book that is going to be about a painting that I saw by a man named Jacopi di Ciano. And this painting is called The Coronation of the Virgin and the Admiration of the Saints, and which is just a big fancy word for a big pachanga at a very, very memorable quinceañera for Our Lady, where she gets the big crown on her head and everyone stands around serenading her. And like with most big family pictures, someone is always looking somewhere else and is distracted. And the fun part of this painting, if you look it up, is that it was done in the 1300s, and they still got that sense of someone looking away. So this is a poem, a couple of poems about that angel that was looking away. This is called Confession. Below the shining clover, under the stamped peacock design, on the emulsion, under the gilt drapery, cast over her shoulders and her son's and no one else's shoulders in the room. I looked off stage. The painter caught me. I was distracted, yes, new to the chorus of angels, to the carved instrument they handed me, to the new yellowed scratchy thing pinning to the hair and my scalp. I'd wanted things to be better in heaven, voiced it, cried it out just before they arrived. What do you mean, better? They whispered, as they threaded me into square cloth. Out of accord, murmured one. Don't, warned another, shaking their heads. Remember what happened to ese Lucifer, they said. Era his favorite.
This piece is titled Cigarettes and Candy. And tell me why she tastes like cigarettes and smells like candy. Contradictive, don't forget me. More specific, don't regret me. Because I cry wolf in sheep's clothing, and if only I could suppress the urge to digest the teachings of tyrants. But how can I be timeless if you only offer less time? Indigo in the intervals left behind. Read between, clip my wings, and I will be domesticated. Demonstrated by example, we are all just animals in a self-made zoo. And tell me why when I look at you, I see potential. But conformity is essential, said Uncle Sam. We are not free men, we are cattle, being herded into middle-class slaughterhouses. And isn't it funny how Ronald McDonald doesn't tell jokes? He feeds them. Count calories backwards mentalities. Angels exist, I've seen them. And after-hour clubs putting on makeup to impress demons with pickup trucks, we interrupt this breaking story to bring you some important news. Nothing's new, get over it. Capitalism captured Jesus and put him on t-shirts. It's rehearsed, all of it. You're not more special, just more ordinary. And don't worry, this high is only temporary. She is a temptress in my 21st century. Political empathy I will eventually lose. And aren't you proud of me? I'm just like you. Paycheck to paycheck, I'm just like you. I pretend to be more important because I rhyme words, but in reality, all this has been said. Speak for yourself, you're already dead. Walking corporate zombie. I left my heart in the hotel lobby, trying to find excuses for poverty. But promise me you'll stay. I'm only human for now. I am influenced by basic cable, and I am unable to stop the sky from falling because I am too busy following her lead. And tell me what you think you need, and tell me why she is dressed in discount apparel. Be careful with your neglect, because I am a deity disguised as an insect. I am history with interest. Impressed? You shouldn't be, because I'm just like you, striving to correlate my thoughts with purpose. But you're only as strong as your excuses, and you're only as wise as your credit. That's the way it's set up. So what? Give up. My protest isn't enough, never has been. Lie, cheat, steal, get fat, be American. Take your medicine to numb the numbness. Say smart things to control the dumbest. And tell me why she tastes like cigarettes and smells like candy. Maybe that's the way we all are. Striving to cover up our scent of dissent towards normality with our artificial actions like candy. What are you trying to hide? Sweet tooth facade. We all want to be innocent, but only ignorance is bliss. And as for the rest of it, well, it pretty much just tastes like cigarettes.
Hi, my name is Octavio Quintanilla, and my guest poet is Sofia de Mello Brainer, a Portuguese poet that I've read for a long time. I feel the dead. I feel the dead and the cold of violets, and that great vagueness in the moon. The earth is doomed to be a ghost, she who rocks all death in herself. I know I sing at the edge of silence. I know I dance around suspension, possess around dispossession. I know I pass around the mute dead and hold within myself my own death. But I have lost my being in so many beings, died my life so many times, kissed my ghosts so many times, known nothing of my acts so many times, that death will be simply like going from inside the house into the street.
My name is Tilton. This poem is called The Two-Headed Calf by Laura Gilpin. Tomorrow, when the farm boys find this freak of nature, they will wrap his body in newspaper and carry him to the museum. But tonight, he is alive in the North Field with his mother. It is a perfect summer evening. the moon rising over the orchard, the wind in the grass, and he stares into the sky. There are twice as many stars as usual.
I'd like to thank the Department of Arts and Culture of the City of San Antonio for supporting Mega Corazón. And also, we'd like to thank the Texas Commission on the Arts and the National Endowment for the Arts for their many years of supporting Mega Corazón. It helps our voices be heard, and it helps poetry be spread throughout this world and bring people closer together because of their increased understanding.
Hello, my name is Amalia Ortiz, and I'm going to be reading a poem called Diatriba number 12, Dayglow, for polystyrene of X-ray specs. I'm working on a project where all the poems are diatribes, which are angry rants, but I'm trying to also be playful. I'm working with a band called Las Hijas de la Madre, and all of my poems are becoming songs. So this is like a poem before it is a song. Dayglow for polystyrene of X-ray specs. Polystyrene was a prophet, saw the world through dayglow eyes. Plastic pimped the earth for profit, promising convenient lives. Designed for single use, then damned to trash for eternity. A toxic throwaway disposable mentality. Now suffocating and drowning in plastic ain't no metaphor. Marine life, coral reefs and birds die off polluted ocean shores. Polystyrene was a prophet, saw the world through dayglow eyes. Big oil pimped the earth for profit, telling manufactured lies. Our daily lies are more convenient than they've ever been. Petroleum and fossil fuels are necessary sins. So feed me more cheap, superficial mass conformity. Who cares about nature's long-term sustainability? Polystyrene was a prophet, saw the world through dayglow eyes. Consumers stomach corporate profit, digesting all that implies. They drag off our recycling, out of mind and out of sight. It's all a lie, big plastic sold so we can sleep at night. The first world shopaholics binge and purge on plastic thrills, while third world masses clamber over our exported landfills. Polystyrene was a prophet, saw the world through dayglow eyes. Big oil pimped the earth for profit. Now polystyrene tears we cry. In our water, in our meat, absorbed through skin and in the air, in everything we drink and eat, microplastics everywhere. She saw the world turn dayglow, and people sang along. A nightmare we can't wake from, how I wish she had been wrong. Polystyrene was a prophet, saw the world through dayglow eyes. Plastic pimped the earth for profit, promising convenient lives.
So this year in Mega Corazón, I really wanted to focus on a lot of jazz standards and kind of meld the spoken word with a little jazz and a little hip hop. And so this set, we're bringing out some cool stuff, and I'm so happy to have Miguel here with me. He's going to give you a little flamenco in just a second. This piece is entitled How Sensitive, and it's named after an Astrud song. So hopefully you like Astrud Gilberto, and here is one of her pieces, How Insensitive. Some things were made fragile, meant to be handled delicately. For instance, a wine goblet. Too much pressure applied to the stem and it will snap. Too much force administered to the rim and it will crack. Too tight a squeeze to the bowl and it will simply break. I cannot fake it with you any longer. We falter when the stress point is reached. In the midst of all the celebration, fingertips pressed firmly to the glass, but it was too fine. Maybe the grape spoiled on the vine. I can no longer evade you. Receive this calculated stare whenever you open your mouth to speak. Past the moment and point of no return, words are no longer revered because reverence is only reserved for the savory moments when lust flows like libations, liquid hands brushing across lips. Laughter is a melisma that we make with our bodies. The language of the body will crystallize when chilled. We were swirling and swishing around like wine in glasses tilted to a toast. We clink too hard, collide and scar ourselves, oh, so easily. Time is a textured folly, abrasive, and we were made fragile. You seize this moment aggressively and say, I love you. Once upon a time, I was thirsty for your love and your sensation pleased me, but now you've become a burning in the back of the throat, a tingle in the middle of the mouth, like a concentrated fermentation distilled spirit, heavy proof. Today, I sip it slowly, remain aloof, stony, and removed from the moment. I wore no shades, but there was a definitive haze of smoke covering my irises, no glinting fire, no embers burning. The kindling snuffed out. We play the hand we are dealt, poker-faced, no bluff, no trump, just cutthroat. As you spoke, I emptied my glass, then wiped my mouth of the situation. I exit into the bustle of traffic, horns blaring. I escape into the rhythmic click of pedestrians striding through the crosswalk. Flashes of yellow allude to the yielding of the situation before the flare of red. All things, all good things, they come to an end. I can still hear your voice echoing, I love you, in my head, but I have fled the scene absconding as a callous-hearted fugitive. I guess you will always remember me as selfish and insensitive, but some things were made fragile, and inevitably hearts will break.
I've been thinking, like many of us, about everybody and all the things happening out there in Gaza and still happening in Ukraine and on the Texas border. So all of these images are coming together in many of my new poems, and this is a fresh draft. People sometimes say that we should put ourselves into other people's shoes. What happens, though, when they have no shoes for us to put ourselves into? What if there is one shoe and 1 foot of them missing from bullets or bombs? Does one of our feet go into the stones wherever their other foot has been thrown? Are we then to not only put ourselves into their shoes, but also into their blood? Are we then to also put ourselves into their wails and their shrieks as they streak across the rubbly city streets? In the way we try to put ourselves into other people's shoes, shall we also put the faces and the voices of our own daughters and our own sons into the faces and the voices of their children? Shall we simply marvel at their perfect fit?
This one's called El Mercado, farmer's market. Those of you who've been to San Antonio know we have this big farmer's market downtown that used to be even bigger. And this is a little scene that happened in the Mercado when I was growing up. Molcajetes, all ready to be cured with little grains of rice, velvet pictures for your living room, senora. Just look at this magnificent tiger here, or here, Jesus with his crown of thorns, or El Presidente Kennedy. He was so good to us Mexicanos. Get it for your comadre, the one that's so involved in las neighborhood meetings. Excuse me, do you have sombreros? Those great big ones, you know? Chiles, fresh, hot, and at a good price. Chile petin, serranos, jalapenos, chile colorado, all ground up already. Excuse me, are these hot? It feels so hot already, right? It's bugging me. My father used to call these days la canicula, the dog days. Y la Tencha, why isn't she here today? Did she miss her ride? Oh, you didn't hear? Híjole, what a tragedy. Well, it's just that her brother, the one that lives with her, went to la Social Security office so he could get paid his retirement, you know, and that they can't pay him, they say, because his boss hadn't taken anything out for Social Security after 40 years. And that his chest is hurting him, and that his chest is, oh, but he doesn't want to go to the doctor because he doesn't have the, with what, you know, el con qué, and he's still not 65 for Medicare, so he just keep quiet and take it and didn't complain no more. Is it far from here to the Alamo? And that yesterday, when Tencha gets home with that big old mountain of paper flowers in her arms, the one she sells, you know, that the gringos like so much, well, on getting inside the door, loaded down with everything and not seeing what was there, that she stumbles on the body of her brother on the floor, and she falls on top of him, flowers and all, and the poor guy deader than a... Well, que la Tencha feels like dying of pena. Que why didn't she make him go to the doctor and pay it for him in little down payments or something like the layaway at the stores or algo? All feeling bad, poor thing. What a shame, hombre. Oh, yeah. Poor Tencha. Listen, if you go by her house, bring me the flowers or whatever she has to sell. I'll sell them for her here so the poor thing has for her expenses, you know. Okay, mano. And the corn and the fruit that I don't sell today, I'll take it to her. After all, que tomorrow's another load. Yeah, tomorrow is another load. Así es la vida. Sí, así es la vida. That's life. Molcajetes, all ready to be cured with little grains of rice, senora.
This poem is entitled Wear It Well. It's a sad sort of garment, woven with forgotten dreams, dyed with hidden tears I kept inside, and some that just came out. It fits me big since I lost the weight of you. Now it wraps around and around my chest, sometimes constricting my breath. It is heartbreak and a disappointment, but I wear it well. It's a faded relic that I used to wear in grad school, patched with apologies, modified by curses that I kept inside, and some that just slipped out. Time has stretched it to just the right length. It covers about as much as it reveals since I cut the restricting neckband. It is challenge and a struggle, but I wear it well. It's bright and cheery, like a party dress, trimmed in joy and happiness, filled with laughter that I kept inside, and some that just bubbled out. Covered in flowers and a burst of color, I'm always looking for an occasion to wear it. It's joyful celebration and a spring frolic, but I wear it well. It's not like I couldn't buy or make new clothes. Spun with future potential, sewn together with all new fabrics, my entire wardrobe could be completely replaced with the latest trendy styles. But I would miss my familiar garments. It is a loss of comfort and a sense of familiarity, but even then, I would wear it well.
Sometimes I like to write poems that are sweet, or they remind you of something sweet. This is one of those. Ode to the empanada. Oh, pan dulce, treat so sweet, fruit-filled, leaving me fulfilled at morning for breakfast, at mid-morning snack, sneaking you to my office desk in the afternoon after siesta at my abuelitas con una coca mexicana. Whenever someone has come to visit, mira, te traje esta empanada, rellenas de pineapple or strawberry, queso or camote. And lest we forget, Mexicanos were the first to enjoy pumpkin spice pastries, hipster Chicanos eating empanadas de calabaza on summer days before it was cool. My sister used to call them empa-nothings. She must have been slighted by a baker on a budget, relleno rationing during the recession. It was hard times back then, but not now. Not today. I'm turning up with this empanada. Turned up so it looks like a smile for me. And who would not empathize with an empanada? Be a pan dulce, bringing comfort to the populace in pain. Be filled with joy and happiness and love. And maybe some mermelada de fresa just for good measure. Allow me the power of fortune telling. For with these eyes I see your days will be filled with bliss, elation, and satisfaction. In other words, there's a whole lot of empanada in your future.
I'm going to do a poem by Leonard Cohen from the book called Book of Longing. I stopped looking for you. I stopped waiting for you. I stopped dying for you. And I started dying for myself. I aged rapidly. I became fat in the face and soft in the gut. And I forgot that I'd ever loved you. I was old. I had no focus, no mission. I wandered around eating and buying bigger and bigger clothes, and I forgot why I hated every long moment that was mine to fill. Why did you come back to me tonight? I can't even get off this chair. Tears run down my cheeks. I am in love again. I can live like this.
Shame, a guzzle in pieces. A body should have its wildness. Yes, this body, yes, your body. Who are they to name your body, my body, a shame body? Shame my weight, shame your weight, shame how I look, shame how you look, shame my disease, shame my story. Say we have made ourselves sick, we keep ourselves sick. What is the blame body? Would it be easier if my body did not exist, if your body did not exist, if all our diabetic bodies did not exist? Oh, we will not blame my body. Blame our bodies. When my body has only done everything it could to survive, my body is a flame body, alive with fire, fire pulsing inside, shouting, live, live, live. My story, which is only triumphant because I am still here. Neither pain nor shame will erase me or silence me. There are poems here, too, here in the places where all maps end. Your body has survived. My body has survived. I will not be ashamed of surviving.
Here's my litany. 10 lines. I go to sleep. I go to sleep, giving my pillow one last squeeze. I go to sleep, fearing our pipes will freeze. I go to sleep, picturing my father as a street photographer. I go to sleep, pretending I am a reclusive lexicographer. I go to sleep, seeing my mother praying to La Virgen Morena. I go to sleep, recalling I once danced with a girl named Jimena. I go to sleep, listening to Jackie Wilson sing Lonely Teardrops. I go to sleep, picking cotton, the king of Texas crops. I go to sleep, hearing my grandfather's wheelbarrow. I go to sleep, promising not to eat of the bread of sorrow.
My name is Tilton. This is a poem that I wrote called How to Survive Being a Starving Artist. How to survive being a starving artist. Try not to think about how hungry you are. Remember that you would hate your life if you were doing this just for the money. Trust in God that your rent will get paid. Try not to let them see your disappointment as they walk away without buying anything. Don't cry. Don't think about your father's art shows, watching him mark down hours of his time, selling masterpieces for the equivalent of the gas it took to get there. Try not to think about how hungry you were. Try not to fantasize about an alternate reality in which you are head over heels passionate about accounting. Smile when people tell you that you are the voice of this generation, and let that smile be genuine and not full of resentment at the situation. Don't compare yourself to your peers who are all becoming lawyers and doctors or who are head over heels passionate about accounting. Remember that your art is saving lives in a different way. Remember how art saved your life. Remember that art is your life. Remember that life is an art. Try not to get too overwhelmed with despair and fear and hunger. Try not to think about how hungry you are. Try not to cry. Don't be too hard on yourself. Remember why your dad used to do it, not because of the fame or glamour, but because if he didn't, his life would lose purpose. Be grateful. You are one of those lucky people who found something that makes you truly happy, something you're really good at. Remember that no one is ever head over heels passionate about accounting. Remember why you do it. Remember that this is your cure for despair and fear. Let yourself feel overwhelmed. Let yourself cry. Lose yourself in your ability to pour all of that raw emotion into something. Create something beautiful. Be hungry. Hungry for answers that this world has come up short on. Hungry for love and shared pain and beauty. Fill yourself up with color and words and texture and laughter. Fill yourself up with that feeling you get when you help someone cope through your method of coping. Fill yourself up with hope and understanding and love and appreciation of this world's mystery and beauty and amazing ability to inspire you to create. Fill yourself up with creativity until you might burst art out of your seams, exploding into a technicolor array of sound, smell, light, touch, taste. Taste the art. Fill yourself up until you're so full, you forget all about how hungry you are.
This is a poem of mine called Voice. I wrote it for my students at Crier because we were having some issues of people using other people's poems as their own and well, voice. Each one of us is responsible for, if not much else, our own voice, which brings me to your voice. When you fit yourself into someone else's words, what you lose is your chance, however slim, to shape the world. I'm here because I want to hear from you. I want, however hard or broken or furious your howl against, to come from your lungs, to be shaped by your life, to know your loss, to shape your dreams. So because I read and breathe and listen to many voices and I grow, know this, I am awaiting yours.
One of my focuses in life and in my art is learning how to reclaim my voice. And silencing can happen in many different ways. And often the question comes up about where silencing began in the first place. So this piece is called Clearing My Throat. I'm about 4 or 5 years old, riding in the front passenger seat of the car. My grandma says, "Look at the train." And my grandpa decides to close the automatic window the same moment I kneel and stick my head out. This is the late 70s, and so we don't wear seatbelts. The window locks in my head into place, where I remain looking at the train. Nobody notices, and my uncle, distracted, is like, "Do you see the train?" "Yeah," I say. When they finally release my head, the first question is, "Why didn't you say anything?" And I have no answer. I'm the same age when a little girl pushes me into a swimming pool. I can't swim, so I sink like a rock. But when I hit the bottom, I instinctively jump up and emerge on the surface long enough to breathe before I sink once again. And so I continue to jump up, breathe, and then sink while waiting to be noticed. My distracted babysitter finally pulls me from the water and says, "Why didn't you yell out?" I don't know why my voice was silent at these times. I do know that I was left with random babysitters with terrible babysitting techniques. And I never thought to tell about these things because these weren't the big secrets. The big secrets were like rocks, too hard to chew or digest, so I swallowed these things whole. And let's fast forward through all the things heavy and rock-like and zoom back in and take note of the physical body manifesting all the moments never digested. Only the indigestion is diagnosed as gastroesophageal reflux disease, and now I can choke on food at any time. Like one time, while sitting and eating VIP pizza with my best band buddies, it gets stuck in my chest. And so I grab a drink, confidently chugging it back to wash that pizza down. But now, not only am I choking, I'm drowning. It backed up into my sinuses with no way for me to breathe except to vomit it up. And I take an extra moment to really choose: die by choking and drowning, or die from embarrassment. And I conclude that humiliation is inevitable either way. As soon as I make the decision, there is a glorious eruption, and I leave that place embarrassed but alive. And yet hauntingly the same. Still wondering if I should choke back the undigested moments until my spark of life is spent. In this body, there are still burning tears and silent screams, nodules at the back of my throat, marble memorials for ghosts whose names never pass these lips. And if I tuned in, I could hear the death wish, like wind passing between the stones, whispering that I don't have to do this. But ultimately, I chose life. I choose to live in this moment, on this stage. This moment is now, and the moment will pass like all other moments before. And when I leave this stage, I'll be wondering if I said it right, but at least I'm speaking. And now I know that sometimes the very first word we may need to learn is how to say the word help.
So this one is a love poem, but it's also a poem about the aspects of love that kind of fill us with terror, to the point of, at various points in human history, writing really kind of creepy mythological tales about creatures shape-shifting and that kind of thing. So it's called Amazonian. We sleep in shifts, me taking the early morning gray, lavender air heavy as bergamot, while you steal away to plan and write and shave your face smooth as youth. You come back to sleep, dressed in fresh clothes, crawling beside me to cocoon in summer light sheets. And it's my turn to wake, and it's your turn to sleep. But not before you whisper, "I know what I have to do now," and you tell me your plans. I am as bare as you are clothed. I am naked and supple as an otter on the banks of a river where you have been walking and dreaming, and I have pulled you into the water to be with me, one of the good humans, one of the humans who protects my home. No, I am a pink dolphin, Amazonian, and like the stories worn I might, I have fallen in love with a human. I have seen you walking by the river in your clean clothes, and with an understanding ancestral as our kinship, as the hint of phalanges within fins, with a memory old as my hand within yours, I understand your longings and aspirations, and I have kidnapped you to be with me for all time, perhaps to transform you out of your human body, to free you from all suffering and limitation, slip naked through sheets of water like that roll and billow like sail, for all our remaining days together, wake to sleep and sleep to wake. I must be careful to think of everything I say, remembering the cruel irony of so many human myths, remembering the story, Greek, I think, of the origin of crickets, of the man who withered away into insect, because his immortal lover, wanting that death never part them, thought to request eternal life for him, but not eternal youth.
This poem is also after the little detalles from the Dicciones collection called The Coronation of the Virgin and the Adoration of the Saints. And this is a poem where we have one angel talking to another. This is called Distracted Angel. The coiled one wrapped itself around a tree in my sleep, thick as a woman's leg, all cool flesh, said he wanted her to remember the difference between knowledge and memory. This is what I was thinking about the day they painted us, all under the feet of the queen and her son, and I was out of accord with the gentle rest, gone from their blank harmonies. The way Adam told it was wrong, saying want was the ruination of it all, as if God had wanted him to remain squirrel-like. Storms and soldiers are as inevitable as fruit. And because it hurt him, this is what I was thinking, because it crushed his spine to think that perfect had passed. He could only blame. He could only see surviving past bliss as punishment.
This next piece is entitled Cosmos. It is a scientific fact that governed by the laws of physics, when approaching the speed of light, hearts and time slow down. And once the speed of light has been reached, time no longer exists, and matter is converted into energy, pure light, which is spread like star swarm blankets throughout the cosmos, and most might consider this poem to be about death. But they would be wrong. This poem is about light, the one you bow with the namaste for, the infinite eternal shine that no mind can define. All we know is that it travels faster than our equations and is the basis for all that we see. So it's kind of like a web binding us together, but you have to take it on fate, like air. Trust that when you breathe, oxygen will be there for you, and trust that when you pass away, light will convert your matter into energy. And did you ever consider that whatever you were before you were born was nervous about the mysteries of this life? But before you were born, were you scared to be alive? I think not, because you are made of light. Biophotons, light particles emit throughout your DNA, and metaphysically, matter is just frozen light waves which have slowed down and become solid. That is why you have a frequency. That is why you can feel other people's vibrational energy. Your every footstep is a konon, a miraculous method of liberation, so walk lightly. We are all on a beam of light called life, living Einstein's fantasy. We are fluorescent descendants of a blaze, brilliantly polished descendants of a radiance so clear, our ancestors combust with infernal pupils. Every element in your being is shimmering passion. And when I reach 300,000 kilometers per second and pass on, there will be no need to mourn, because I am pure light, because poems is not about death. This is about living with peace of mind, about light with the illuminating in every direction. You see, this poem is not about death. It is about pure energy. Only egos die. Only fear of change suffers. But remember, no matter what, matter cannot be created or destroyed. It has been proven. It is only altered, changed, converted. Reality is natural, a constant cycle of energy transfer. No need to suffer. Just be lighthearted. And when it's time to travel back to the tunnel at the speed of what you are, be unafraid. And breathe lightly, and know you were and always will be shining.
I want nature to accept me for who I am. The stones on the riverbank to open in half for my blooming. The grasses on the side of the road to take off their hats at my passing. To know nature is to know pain, and to know my pain, you'll need to touch my blood. And even then, between your fingers, blood will be blood. I won't waste a lifetime to walk backwards to the beginning of my life. For what else is there to pour into the word elegy that it doesn't already contain? Today I feel lucky to fall asleep underwater and not drown.
So, you think it's easy being an earthling? Think again. Taxes, Texas, tripe, treason, trigonometry, trips, traps, try, trollops, and all those other words that start with T. It ain't easy being an earthling. And then there's gravity. And some grave situations, governments and nations and proclamations and what's that lady's name? All the games employed, the words, the toys, smog, they call it. You might think it's easy being an earthling. Wars, Mars, the moon, June, July. And why did you lie to me? Oh, and what's the name of that tune? Oceans polluted, rivers you can't drink out of, water wasters, skirt chasers, womanizers, man-haters, jail baiters, porn, abuse, and this stuff called drugs, and not enough hugs, insurance, jail, bail. What's it cost to mail freedom? Free world, free trade, free love, Frida, caló, ¿qué pasó? Free speech, being cool, being hot. And if you're not and get caught, no hombre, forget about it. Te queman. Questions, answers that take you nowhere. Babies, making babies, trying too hard, not trying hard enough, not caring, not sharing, believing that it ain't easy being an earthling. Well, if you don't like planet Earth, there's a shuttle to the moon, leaves every 20 minutes. You can get on the shuttle to Mars, every 20 days. This is my planet. Love it or leave it.
I just want to say thank you once again to our host residency program here, URBAN-15, for doing such a great job with National Poetry Month's biggest event here in San Antonio, Mega Corazón, which streams worldwide every April, especially because URBAN-15 is about to turn 50 this summer. Congratulations and thanks for all of the work that you do for artists in our community.
Hello, my name is Amalia Ortiz, and I'm going to read another one of my diatribas. My new project are, I'm mainly writing poems as punk diatribes, and then I work with the band and they become songs. So this is diatriba number 21, Value of a Human Being, song for Maria. What's the value of a human being? Free market decides we're not all worth the same thing. What's the value of a human being? Even Emma Tenayuca was replaced by a machine. Maria, my friend, worked in a classroom every day. She fell sick, and that was it. They took her benefits away. Some deserve water, some deserve homes, some deserve family, some of us must live alone. Some must work a lifetime and still don't get what they deserve. Most of us are cattle, and sometimes they thin the herd. Some people deserve health care while others have to die, and to hear the bosses tell it, well, you know that it's a lie. What's the value of a human being? Free market decides we're not all worth the same thing. What's the value of a human being? Even Emma Tenayuca was replaced by a machine. Sell your talent, sell your muscles, sell your body, sell your brain. It depends on what you're selling, why we're not all worth the same. So stop your belly aching, lift yourself up by the bootstraps. You can only blame yourself if you are living off of scraps. They'll sacrifice 1,000,000 pawns for a single king. 99 create the wealth while 1% own everything. We're all bought and sold and traded like in some sadistic game. Forget what the good book tells you, we are not all worth the same. What's the value of a human being? Free market decides we're not all worth the same thing. What's the value of a human being? Even Emma Tenayuca, even Emma Tenayuca, even Emma Tenayuca was replaced by a machine. Maria, my friend.
My funny Valentine, sweet comic Valentine, you make me smile with my heart. Ooh. Your looks are laughable, unphotographable, yet you're my favorite work of art. Ooh. Humor me with a love so sultry, and I will giggle from the sugar-coated sentimental moments beside you. Tickle me with an intimate kinetic possibility, sparks flying jokingly around, even though I've always considered love to be serious business. You've decorated this moment like a clown, managed to turn my mood right side up from upside down before presenting me with hugs covered in dark chocolate hearts. Boxed in small compartments, I'm swooning from your smirky lips. I'm seduced by your slapstick, hands quick to draw me close in like a heart hypnosis, swinging on a pendulum pulled and swayed in the moment as your audience of one. I'm laser focused on the comedy, coddling the neck of our romance, dining on the candor of your banter, such a delicious, lighthearted laughter. Always looking for ways to enhance the punchline so that I may lavishly smile for the longest time. My funny Valentine, funny, sweet, comic Valentine.
This is called chalupas on Valentine's Day. Chalupas should be the official Valentine's Day dinner for Chicano lovers. Forget the fancy French cuisine in an overpriced restaurant. What you should have in front of you is something like the heart you share, something you can eat with your hands. You can still have the good wine as well as the decadent chocolate for dessert. But how can you beat chalupas on Valentine's Day as you look into each other's eyes? Like the ever-fragile love between you, the chalupa shell will break a little bit at every bite. It will shatter in asteroidal chunks all over the plate. Tomate, onion, lettuce, beans, ground beef, avocado, salsa, cheese, all of these will tumble down in pieces from their neat mountain to a lower place, but it will not be any kind of falling from grace. For every last morsel will be carefully picked by eager fingers and kissed clean by yearning mouths until there is not even a single shred of cheddar left on the plate. And what could be more romantic than that?
I'm really grateful for Mega Corazón because it gives us a chance to share poetry from a wide diversity of experiences, and it gives us a chance to speak specifically from our cultural experiences, to share it with the whole world and bring people together. So this is a great place to share poems that maybe not everybody gets a chance to be a part of. And I want to read something that's a little playful, and it's very, very bilingual. I'll just tell you, the title is the first line. Don't let them treat you like toast. Don't let them treat you like toast when you're really pan dulce, sweet bread, rising high, blooming to the fire, steaming fresh and hot out of the oven. No, you are not cool. You are just plain hot. Hot like chile fresco, like salsa picante, hot like tamales, hot like home. hot spirit, hot style, hot-hearted, caliente, hot, and hot a lot. And if they mock you and they say you're not cool, while they sit cold making up the rules, those chifladitos ain't worth a bag of flaming hot Cheetos. You are flowing like the liquid lava of lover volcanoes, El Popo and Ista, filled with passion, filled with heat, so let your voice erupt with the healing energy of smoke. Besos desde el deepest core to say, no señor, no señorita. Say, señor, sir, I make my rules and rule my words and know my worth. Say, watchate, caution, I own a molcajete and I know rete bien how to use it. Say, cuidado, cause right now, straight out of this steamy horno, I'm rising hot and ready, watchate, while we cook up something full of flavor, full of our soul's calor, full of me the way I am. Say, yo soy pan dulce, sweet bread of life, hot, straight out of the oven.
This next poem is entitled Sacred. Let's make gods and goddesses of ourselves here in the peace of this place. I will pray to the beauty and the power and the love that I see in you. Let's make temples of our bodies, invite our souls to know all, divine oracles to speak our truths. Let's perform a ritual to share all the hard secrets held in our deepest hearts, with burnt offerings, clanging gongs, and ecstatic frenzy. Keeping time with our beating pulses, let's lift our voices, chanting with brio, vibrations of holy frequencies. All this let's do in communion with the elements around us, finding the divine inside ourselves and proclaiming it for all to know.
I wrote this poem after reflecting on my ancestry, you could say. It's called No Soy Guerrero. We may all wish to be the descendants of Aztec warriors, guerreros, aguileros, hijos del jaguar, but no, that's stupid. See, the warrior classes were the first to go, and dead men don't make babies, so maybe except in the novelas. I am more likely the descendant of skilled and unskilled laborers, chile pickers, tortilla makers, artisans and artsy sons, chaluperos, retail groseros, and other embusteros. Basically any gig that would allow a vato to write a poem on the side of a pottery shard or a canal's shallow shore. I'm the descendant of survivors, those who taught us to be proud of our roots while bowing our heads before the patrones. I'm the descendant of laborers, those who taught us to work as hard as they did, to live with whatever compensation that was received, to struggle in our fields and expect nothing in return. I'm the descendant of pre-conquista troqueros, those who taught us to carry everything from Coca-Cola cases to potato sacks, the littlest of siblings to crumbling abuelitos, traditions to burdens, to all of the grudges. I'm the descendant of questionable communicators, those who taught us to passive aggression, quiet subversion, working hard, putting our back into back talk, putting the ass in passive aggressive, never actively violent, preferring a shared Google Doc to a loaded Glock as we spread all the good news because chisme is the first draft of history. Tonight, I declare most of all and with all affirmation that I am the descendant of dreamers, those who looked at the stars that they'd named in the patterns that they'd claimed, only to sigh in realization that the constellations would be given a new shape. Yet, in spite of all the rewriting, retransmitting, reinvention, looked with hope toward the heaven. Anyway.
A poem I wrote November 7th, 2013, a love poem. As time moves the hands of the clock, the hours move slowly, the minutes move faster, and the seconds do speed along. As the short night becomes a too long day, I pour myself another cup. The cool breeze becomes a cold breeze, and only tea, hot like a firecracker, can warm up my chilling bones. Some heavy rain turns to a cool drizzle and closes in on everything. She leaves the indoor hammock, and her flip-flops echo down the hall. She turns left into the foyer, glances back with an encouraging smile, returning later with hot, fresh baked cookies and wearing her baby dolls. Orange, green, and yellow leaves falling outside make me believe it's almost winter. They let go of their branches, the leaves do, and descend to take their place on the damp undergrowth, ending the possibility of rejuvenation, and seem to be at peace with the transition.
Descanso. I notice them everywhere I go. I always have. Today, on the same street, I saw 3 of them, different sizes. One not much more than a cross with plastic red and white roses. One covered in blue flowers and a wooden slat with a name and a date. And one with only slightly sun-faded star and heart-shaped balloons. 4 bouquets of plastic flowers, Mardi Gras beads. A sunshine yellow cross with blessed written in turquoise paint. When I see them, I don't cross myself like I do when I pass by cemeteries and graveyards. I don't know what to call that fractional moment of acknowledgement, which is me all at once crossing myself and sending a prayer and thinking of the deceased and thinking of the mourners and a small salutation to death herself. But all of that happens in a flash, which is neither sad nor afraid, but is real. I think of how it makes sense to mark the place of loss with flowers and balloons and bright colors, how that sends a continuous burst of love to their lost one, how it must be a way to begin to heal the rip of sudden death, perhaps a painful death, and how acknowledging the loss hurts less than passing by that place and seeing nothing to mark where it happened. What I have discovered in these months of loss is that the descanso for his loss is not necessarily where his body rests now. It's not even the place where he left this life. It doesn't matter where I am or where I go. I carry his descanso with me everywhere I go. I carry it in my chest, here in my chest, where his leaving left a hole so big there was hardly enough flesh to keep me together. Here in my chest is where I bring all the flowers, where I leave all the brightly ribboned memories, all the silver medallitas of all the things that meant so much to us both, where I carry all his favorite things, and where I put all the things he would have loved that he will never see or know or taste. Here is where I will carry all the balloons, lighter than air and heavier than grief. I am the descanso.
Another way to create a litany, a list poem, is to take inventory, to take stock of what's around you, what's in front of you. Here's my version of an inventory poem. Gunther Eick, a German prisoner incarcerated in an American prison camp, wrote inventory, a list of goods, that which was around him. Here's my version of an inventory poem. My kitchen table inventory. This is my magnifying glass. This is my pequeño Larousse Ilustrado Diccionario. I bought it at the San Antonio Central Library's bookseller. It once belonged to legendary San Antonio Congressman Henry B. Gonzalez, who pitched the idea of Hemisphere 68 as a way to modernize the city of San Antonio. This is my ThinkPad laptop issued to me by Incarnate Word High School, where I teach. This is my Papermate mechanical pencil, used mainly for school stuff. But this is my Ticonderoga No. 2 soft pencil. I prefer to do my own writing with my lapis because it reminds me of lapis lazuli, precious stone that in ancient Egypt was powdered and then worn about the eyes to improve eyesight. Maybe I should look into that. This is my Boston Vintage 8-hole vacuum mount pencil sharpener, my portable sacapuntas. In elementary, I used to sharpen my pencil down to a stub. I don't know why. Saca, saca, saca. This is my black precise pilot pen for when I scribble late into the night. And this is my olive green mini messenger bag where I keep my car key, wallet, and cell phone. Because of late, I have been plagued with some forgetfulness. Of course, it's where I keep paper and pen just in case.
My name is Tilton, and this is a poem I wrote entitled Apocalypse. I wrote this poem on December 20th, 2012. We all thought the world was ending the very next day. If the world ends tomorrow, like they say that it will, I surrender my sorrow. I give God my free will. I pray for the animals, for the children, and the plants. I renounce my desires. I make no last stance. If I die tomorrow, there is rumor that I might. I would look to the star swarm. I would ask to take flight. And I would see through reality. Once I was the air, and there's nothing worldly that I would want from down there. If I live forever, it is possible. I know. I'll come back as the weather, as the rain or the snow, and I'll be all-knowing with no questions to ask, so there's no sense in wondering how long this life might last.
This is a poem called From the Photographs of Jeanette Clute. Jeanette Clute is a nature photographer. This poem was up on a wall in an exhibit at a nature center with her photographs. It was in my book Counting, which came from Pecan Grove Press. A shout out here to Palmer Hall, who has left us many years back, but is part of the heritage of poetry in San Antonio. It's also going to be part of a chapbook of mine called the Thoreau Book, which doesn't have a publisher yet, but From the Photographs of Jeanette Clute. Autumnal, in reds and golds and changes, the woods rattle, crackle with the leaves, walking through these woods as branch becomes brushstroke against the changing sky. I look to what changes and to what stays the same. Voices invade poems, Jeanette, that are built with your words and Basho's, pieces of Thoreau. I went in the middle of the night to Walden Pond instead of to a mobilization against the war in Vietnam, went with Patch, who's dead now, and went again the far end of one autumn for a memorial service for a conscientious objector who committed suicide, classified 1A. Driving home, there was snow in the air, pines green and unbending, silence in the car as we passed small-town groceries with the bright red of their Coca-Cola signs. The late autumn of a country at war.
I wrote this poem probably around 2019, and I've read it at different occasions for different atrocities that have come up, including what's happening at the border, including what happened in Uvalde, including for human trafficking, and even now for what's happening in Palestine. And every time I read this, it's a confession and a prayer. And every time I read this, it goes a little deeper in my heart. And this is called Blind Brick. In order to not grieve, I chose to not want. Slowly trimming the tree of my desire into the smallest of bonsai, cutting and shaping and stunting its potential so I wouldn't feel the edges of the cage, so my branches wouldn't sway in the breeze of mourning, grief, so my skin wouldn't grow larger and have more surface area aching with loss. In order not to cry, I closed my eyes to dreams, blocking the nightmares where the horrors still dwell, the faces that I can't unsee. My fingers wrapped around my vision, head hung down, one foot in front of the other, listening to mindless chatter so that I wouldn't hear the cries and the screams. In order not to grieve, I chose not to feel anything. It started with a gentle squeeze, a slow tightening of the grip, a closing of my throat until I could subsist on the tiniest drop of existence in my mouth and on my tongue. On the tombstone of my desire, it said, "Let laughter that comes from the belly and tears that rip through the soul be laid to rest in this grave of ignorance." Flowers that crowned the stone caked like muddy tears down broken children's faces, brittle to the touch, no longer bending and shaping to the soft hands of communal love. Hardened, I was set like a brick in a wall, silent and unwilling to speak. For my ancestors' descendants, drowning in rivers and dying in deserts, crossing oceans, holding only a spark of hope, hiding in classrooms, in hospitals, in refugee camps, waiting for rescue. A blind brick in a wall that will not allow my history to speak, and I can't uphold this silence any longer. So now this I pray: break this wall. Let the hammer of truth crack me open. Let the cry for justice roar through me, split me in pieces, and reveal the tender parts that still desire, like the brown heart inside the pecan shell, as I look to the trees already swaying, remembering the children buried with numb and heavy-laden hearts. Let the voices of the children burst forth from the earth, small voices still desiring to exist. May the little sprouts dance again when we speak. May the drumming of their hearts beat our mouths open. May we speak for those who don't, who can't, who won't, for our ancestors' descendants. Speak for the hurting, starving, dying without a voice that speaks for them. May we lift up those who choose to speak, fighting for justice and water for the thirsty children in the desert, holding a spark of hope, hiding in classrooms, waiting for rescue. May we all open our eyes and weep, our hearts filled with grief. And then may we open our mouths and speak.
This poem I read every year since I wrote it a few years ago, and I'm going to continue to read it every year because it's still very much necessary. It's for all of the kids out there that are watching in middle school and in high school, and the teachers who love and support them. It's for queer and trans youth in particular. This year it's for Next Benedict in honor and celebration of his life. Something I haven't done in previous years, it's actually a two-part poem, and I usually only read the second part, but this year I'm going to read the first. And it's a poem that was recently published in a journal with a really cool title, which is Mom Egg Review, and the issue was called Mothers Resist. So this is a poem called Don't Wanna Tell, and this is part one. I don't want to tell my 13-year-old about Adam Toledo. I told him about Dante Wright the other day, but since then, Adam from Little Village, barrio not unlike our own, was killed by police, too. He was 13, like my eldest, and Dante Wright, just 20, leaves behind a baby the age of my toddler, just a year. I have often thought it is no coincidence that when the state kills in broadest daylight, extrajudicially, no recourse, no justice, it's children who die, black and brown, someone's babies, no matter the age. In Gaza, in cages, at borders, traffic stops, asleep in bed, no coincidence. And this is part two. I don't want to tell my 13-year-old that the Texas ledge has him in its sights, and me, and anyone who listens to who trans kids say they are, threatening to take our children away for seeking health care, as if tea was a thing we could even afford. I'd like to say, y'all just posturing, playing culture war footsie with your bass, flexing, terrorizing kids, per usual. But in the news, I see reports of parents having to flee Texas now that these laws have passed. But this is our home. Why should we have to flee because of bullies? Listen, we're not leaving. They should leave, actually.
My name is Natalia Trevino, and I am thinking about my book, Lavando la Dirty Laundry, this year. It's 10 years old. And I've also been thinking a lot about emotions lately, and how the word emotion suggests that we go into motion, right? It's emotion. Emotions make us want to act, make us want to do something. And so sadness, that emotion that makes us want to cry, it just means that we care a lot about something, and our body knows it. And those little fun butterfly feelings that we feel when we're in love or with a friend, or even when we're excited and looking forward to something, it just means our body knows that it's matching up to something that we want. It's just so amazing. And it sometimes tells us that we found someone who cares about us. And so this is a poem a little bit about that. It's also a love poem to my husband. This is called Shock. You are my husband, yet you love me. My serrated magnetic teeth, my 1-volt eye. This second marriage is converting my circuitry, reversing the current in my angry blood. No one should try to climb this Mexican electric fence. Don't you know about the shards of glass that dried into my concrete walls? Reach over and you will bleed. Who would want someone like that? But I collapse in your hands like snow, my edges grounded between your fingers.
This next piece is entitled My Invisible Shoebox Castle. I know you don't like surprises, but I made you something. It isn't much, but you have to see it, because I know you'd appreciate it. Look, it's right here. Don't you see it? I know this is silly, and yes, I know that I'm just cupping my hands and there's nothing really in them, but look. Don't you see it? Don't you see? The enchanted landscapes of your thoughts and the waterfalls from the skies. Don't you see the canvas-like ground on which the colors of our emotions run together, making secondary truths? The rooftops made of cereal box tops and all your favorite flowers meadowed in the valley of your everlasting smile, breathing in the symphony of the key of us. See? Don't you see? Read right between the lines. Look, look, it's moving. Your wings struggling to flutter out the beauty of your soul. And look, over there, your laughter break dancing with my sense of humor on cardboard cutouts of what we are supposed to be. And as if our state of mind has had too much to drink, the colors are dark purple, red, yellow, and aqua green. Kiss your dopamine with constant rhythm. and we make believe in nothing because the stairway to heaven is malfunctioning, so the universe just has a block party in our honor, and Jupiter and the stars interpretive dance in the memory of our hearts, and we beat, beat, beat. See, look, it's right there. I know you don't like surprises, but here, take this. Look, can't you see? I'm not crazy. A foreign country you've always wanted to visit. Your reality is a tourist in my invisible shoebox castle, and here we will never get lost. And every day is just a memory we make. See, it's right there in the underwater cities we swim through, never having to take a breath. Because we are fish, but no bait can claim us. Because we are here. Our fins spin mixtapes of unforgotten feelings we drowned in life from. Yet we float in air balloons filled with endless butterflies. You are used to them in your stomach, and somehow we are here. And the trees grow out of the concrete of your insecurities, blooming into the street to where the point we look. As though it is modern art. It is just now an urban forest stemming out, branching from your doubt, your veins' perception. And look at the mountains over there, of all the things you wish you could say to the people you wish were still around, eclipsing the surfaces and the everything that I was thinking. And the thoughts do this as we look at the moonlight, do backflips with your lips unlocked. And the grass is always greener when the concepts are unraveled, and the sky changes colors every 10-second interval. But the wine is never bitter because our glasses are prescribed, and we see with purpose. The third, the fourth, the fifth, the forever wonders of the world are right here. Everything you believe to be magical in my pen, in my book, in my hands, because I have been waiting to give this to you. And I know you don't like surprises, and it isn't much, but this is for you, and the rest is in your hands now.
This poem is titled, Where Do We Go From Here? Once I felt I didn't fit into my own name, felt too big for me, like an oversized shirt. When you cross a river from the south to call the land in the north your new motherland, your name follows you like an injured dog, and also your history. My father is buried in South Texas, close to the river he crossed, undocumented, countless times to work, to live, to love. He's the first of kin to permanently find a home in this country. With a first-grade education from Mexico, this man built an empire of possibilities. Now, the children of his children speak Spanish, Mocho, Tex-Mex, Fronteras speak, and they have no accents, and they graduate college, and they find their future here and not elsewhere like those who came before them did. Our dead are here now. Their descendants keep growing like trees. Does this mean that we have finally earned the right to truly say we belong here, in this country, in this land, in this moment?
I just want to thank all of the poets and writers who've made Mega Corazón over the years, the incredible archive and living voice of this poetry community that it is. Great writers, writers whose lives are hard, writers who've left us, writers who you might not have heard of otherwise. I thank them all for getting to this mic and offering their words and celebrating the life of the word.
Hello, my name is Amalia Ortiz, and the next poem I'm going to share with you is by a friend of mine, Cesar L. De Leon, who I sat next to in graduate school, and we would whisper snarky things in each other's ears. And this poem is from a book, Speaking with Grackles by Soapberry Trees, that came out in 2021. It's called Finding Rascuache. And I love the concept of Rascuache in my own writing. Dr. Tomás Ibarra Frosto defines it as a Chicano sensibility. And so this is Finding Rascuache for Rodney and Isaac. The word rolls around my tongue while I drive out of El Valle, and I want to pin it down, put an X in it, or on it, or through it, like rasquache, or rax squache, or rax squache. Put the pickles on the Piccadilly raspa I picked up at the drive-thru on 5 Mile Line might get stuck on it, so I leave it alone for now. Tame it, drive on. Cross the streets that bend south towards cracked mud riverbanks, Mexico, La Barda Fronteriza, like an iron ribcage fencing northern gray-eyed skies in. I drive east, then west, then east again. Rasquache rattles under the hood of my car, where Dad once used a scrapped board as a spacer in the motor. No más por mientras. How long is that? I stop at the Pulga in Alamo, zigzag around the puestos, search for the perfect corn in a cup, preparado bien de aquellas. Find latas de sardinas for Dad, and chucherias made to look like brand-name toys for the nephews. Under the same techo where Mr. Chivo y su banda will play after the sun sets until everyone's shoes are covered in polvo, recuerdos, or midnight. Before weaving my way out, I pick up a copy of the new Star Wars movie, yes, the one playing at the theater, and a Pixie CD with a black and white photocopy cover to replace the one that got stolen last year at the rest stop past the Falfurias checkpoint. Today, on my way norte, 20 cameras will capture the exact moment I clear my throat before the agent, whose last name reminds me of desert flowers, asks for my origin and destination. And I will want to answer, I'm from over there, while I point to a huizache in the campo. And from over there, pointing to the yuccas crowning the east. And from those mountains to the south, you can't see, but can feel in your huesos. And from here, like the herons and malachites that glide back and forth, above the river you call border every day. Or to a conference where I will explain Rasquache aesthetics to a handful of people who have known it all their lives, like you, like me. Or I just want to see how far north Rasquache goes before it turns to do-it-yourself or recycled arts and crafts. Instead, I will give him a safe answer. San Antonio, San Marcos, Houston. Because X never marks the spot, and Rasquache is just por mientras.
This piece is called The Fall. Cotton candy tapestry, taffeta bows and cushy throw pillows became my place of landing. A serenade of softness surrounded my feet, and I was lifted. Then I was planted firmly in bountiful affection. I followed the direction of zooming arrows to the site of Eros. I tiptoed and traipsed to romantic tunes until my knees buckled from the beauty. Electric clouds let loose a cascade of desire descending upon me. My soul was saturated. I felt appreciated. My toes were glitter polished in poetry. Twinkling and shiny rays danced off my skin, warm as the heavens. All of this to say, it was absurdly sweet the way your love knocked me off of my feet. I heard Stevie Wonder and Sinatra singing. Tender troubadour harmonies unfolded around me. My hopes began to hum along to the honeyed ballads of song. I was embraced by salutations ringing in a chorus. The birds chirped a little louder. Rainbows arched higher over vibrantly. Color after color spoke charmingly. Feathery fuchsia sensations and smoked purple passion tinted the scenery, sashaying in zigzags and whimsical streaks. My heart found its peak, and I have tipped over in love. Yeah, in love.
I've worked with kids, thousands of kids in the last 10 years, and I often get inspired by what they write, and so many of them write about sadness, and so this poem came along one night, inspired by many of the kids I work with. It's called Sometimes I'm Sad. Sometimes I'm sad in my bones. I just don't want to go anywhere or do anything. At least not if any of the 206 pieces of my skeleton have anything to say about it. Sometimes I'm sad in my skin when I haven't hugged anyone special in a very long time. Sad in the skin of my hands and sad in the skin of my face, sad in my holding and sad in my smiling that can't seem to find their old place. Sometimes I'm sad in my mind, and when that happens, even one happy thought is impossible to find. When I'm sad in my heart, it's especially hard. The sound of my sadness just keeps repeating itself right through my chest. Then there are days when I'm sad in every single place that I know myself to be. And that's when I send all of that sadness away from me by letting it become my poetry. When I hear myself write the painful words that I feel, the joy in my life once again becomes real.
I'd like to read a poem by John Olivares Espinosa, a fine poet residing here in San Antonio now, originally from California. And this is a poem of his that I thought would blend with the theme today of there being so many tongues and so many diverse ways to express yourself. This one is called English as a Second Language. During my grandfather's sleep, a brujo whispers into his ear, "To fasten English to the tongue, rinse your mouth with black coffee poured inside a gold chalice." Rattle of clay pots, fishes grandfather from the dream pond. Not the fault lines jostle, not aftershock. Emboldened, he rushes to the white man's market, hungered, barefooted for a cut of beef. Twigs, pebbles, and glass tacked to his soles like a sandal. He arrives to the meat counter. A carnicero flays strips of shoulder from a block of lamb. The butcher's apron smeared with vermilion petals. Here, Only the tripas, whisper the pig farmer's Spanish. The scent of dried, salted shrimp quivers the lining of his stomach. He struggles to muster his immigrant's lexicon of malapropisms. Execute me, sir? His voice received as crackles of static. On this day, in 1958, grandfather operates a tractor in the arid desolation of farmland. The oxen of wheels kick up dust particles into the atmosphere. Also, the sun slow roasts his arms, brown, the color of tender flesh kissed by gnats. Dusk, a cliff swallow tows a bow of lilacs across the horizon. Hunger, like English, like Mexico, is a honeycomb the bees have abandoned. In an anthology of unsettling dreams, the sun is worn on grandfather's brazos like sleeves. Out there, dusk will carol for him in Spanish. Song of the sparrow, song of the cliff swallow.
This next poem is a poem that inspires me greatly. It's from the Korean tradition, and it's written by Kim Chun-soo. In Korean, it's called kot. In English, we say flower. Before I called her name, she was nothing more than a gesture. When I called her name, she came to me and became a flower. Like I called her name, will someone please call my name? One that suits my light and fragrance. I too long to come to her and become her flower. We all long for something. You to me and I to you. Long to become a gaze that won't be forgotten.
There are several popular phrases that we use among our people, and I've done my best to try to write poems about them all. And this is the latest one of those. It's called Ni modo. Y dijo Jesús, when they strike you, turn the other cheek. Further proof, along with working in construction, once being mistaken for a gardener, that Jesus was Mexican. And as Mexicans, we tend to offer resignation more than resistance. Because when the patron smacks us down, we're more likely to sigh and say, ni modo, than stand and strike back. Because, well, a job that pays is better than an unfed family. So we say, ni modo. And when that flat tire makes us late, we say, ni modo. And when we don't get the promotion, ni modo. And we miss the payment, ni modo. And we lose the car, ni modo. And when the Cowboys lose, we cry. And then we say, ni modo. The day after the 2016 election, I called my sister and she was disappointed and I was frustrated. She sighed and said, ni modo, and I screamed for the next 4 years, because when we say ni modo, we're also saying it's over. There's nothing we can do about it. Es todo. Ya no hay nada. Se acabó. I'm not applying again. I'm not voting anymore. I'm not even going to try. But there's got to be more than that. To quote Jaime's Nana in The Blue Beetle, we've turned both cheeks, now it's time to fight. You see, our strength comes from madres y padres, tíos y tías, hermanos, hermanas, padrinos, madrinas, our amistades, and the wisdom of every abuelita, abuelito, and antepasado in between, each who's learned that ni modo is not the end of the story. Our heroes are the ones who run out of ni modos, those who turned both cheeks and chose to fight. From El Chapulín Colorado to Cesar Chavez, El Blue Demon to Matanayuca, El Machete to Dolores Huerta, Willie Velázquez, Gus Garcia, Henry B., Freddy González, Selena Quintanilla, Jovita Aguilar, Sor Juana Inés de la Cruz. We know fighting doesn't need to be with fists. We've got soapboxes and ballot boxes, voices and votes, demonstrations to spur transformations, draw from the strength of each other, be a bicho to the system, bother them so much that they'll eventually give in to our demands. Let them be the ones to finally sigh and say, ni modo.
October 23rd, 2018. I visit the place where thoughts are laid to rest. Some are dead, and some roll around in their grave, restless and unable to let go, filled with that neo-nostalgic narcissism that gives the others something to hang on to. They linger longer than is appropriate, and I can see that bothers some of them. There goes one now, and there goes another one. Thoughts escaping the stage that is the present moment. Some thoughts have little reason to leave and stare contentedly at all the dragons and flies and bugs and rodents, birds and reptiles that live there. A field of thoughts I see are ready for the harvest, but my tote bag is full of afterthoughts, no room for rejects. A new inspiration joins a simple phobia, and they become one obsessive compulsive ingredient to another surreal sentiment. Of all these thoughts, lounging and lollygagging, not one of them owns me, and none seem to know me. The last thing I remember is leaving the stage. The first thing I'm aware of is I'm under the table in my living room, gazing into a shattered mirror, multiple reflections, new inspirations, and then the door opens, and there she is, just in time. Show me your pathos, and I'll show you mine. Let's go rock and roll, I say.
This is the only poem I've ever memorized, or that I've ever been able to memorize, because it's very short. But it's actually from the first Chicano poet that I ever read in 1993. I had to go from the Rio Grande Valley to Ithaca, New York, to see my first book published by a Latino, by a Chicano. And that was Cuerpo en Llamas, Francisco X. Alarcón. Although this poem is not from that book. It's a short poem. Amanécete mundo entre mis brazos, que el peso de tu ternura me despierte.
You might consider also doing some research. You can always find poetic possibilities when you do some research. I would recommend something not human. For example, A lobster. What if a lobster could keep a diary? So here's my version of a diary of a prized delicacy, a lobster. Today, my old shell split down my back. It's all a matter of lime, you know, chitin, the changing of the shell. I wonder how crabs crack. I've heard sometimes accidents occur during molting. Some even lose an eye. Defenseless, I'm condemned to this crevice. My pincers ache with every passing prey. The sounds of pounce is alien. Last night, I dreamt again of wooden slats and cold slants of light. Gills. I like my burrow, narrow, but my abode nonetheless. Only a burrow knows the ecstasy of waving feelers. Mollusk is mask. My tiptoes hunger for a stroll on the ancient ocean floor. What I wouldn't give to crack a young oyster. My compound eyes are bored. My kingdom for stout antenna to stun my next meal. Nothing like a crustacean on a crusade. An octopus disc nearly suckered me today. I despise their livers. A recurring dream, a fisherman with a crook cut and a scruffy neck from Bangor, Maine, returns. Another recurring dream. I am in a lobster fight. Today, I'm just contemplating my claw.
My name is Tilton. This is a poem I wrote called Baby Brother. You weren't always this tough. You weren't always this certain. You didn't always stand tall, so full of discernment. You weren't always this hard, narrow eyes of the skeptic. You weren't always so quick to engage in the hectic. You weren't always searching for flaws in the logic. I remember you soft before you had caution. I remember your childlike eyes shining bright. I remember the studious, curious sight. I remember you asking and wondering why. I remember you hurting, unafraid to cry. I remember the boy that I will always see when the man you've become is looking back at me. Love you.
I'm about 10 years into the writing of a long, multi-section story poem called The Concrete Poet, which is kind of an art send-up. It's about an artist whose artwork is pulling the Texas barriers off the highways, the ones with the calligraphy of traffic crashes on the sides, and putting them in galleries. So, context. This, and much of it is in his voice, and this is called But What Do I Know? I always thought of the museums out there that those big poured concrete blocks of buildings, those stones of culture, hulks holding art, especially the ones that carried that on inside, large open stone spaces, concrete walled staircases, you know the ones, you know the period, would be the perfect places for my work. Sudden transitions from the architecture to the art, realizations about materials, weight upon weight, not to be dragged across the polished, sealed concrete floors, but somehow solidly just there. Emanations from the stone of other stone. And conversely, I always really wanted one of mine to grace a space in a huge museum rotunda under a calder. Go and stop.
Today I will be reading a poem by Refat al-Arid, If I Must Die. If I must die, you must live, to tell my story, to sell my things, to buy a piece of cloth and some strings, make it white with a long tail, so that a child somewhere in Gaza, while looking heaven in the eye, awaiting his dad who left in a blaze, and bid no one farewell, not even to his flesh, not even to himself, sees the kite, my kite, you made, flying up above, and thinks for a moment an angel is there, bringing back love. If I must die, let it bring hope, let it be a tale.
So this one's really short, and it's lighter. It's on the lighter side, and it really is just sort of a celebration of language. I like that with poetry, you can kind of just write about anything, right? Like, and so this is a poem inspired by margarine, and it's called Margarine, and it goes like this. I know margarine is ersatz butter, water emulsified with mono or polyunsaturated fats or something like that, but the word itself in English reminds me of an orange, of the musicality of oranginess, like marmalade or tangerine or mandarin, mac and cheese, orangutan, orangina, all the imagery for orangey things like that, to say nothing of the word en español, mantequilla.
So I've been thinking about emotions a lot, and one of the emotions that we see missing a lot in the world today is the emotion of happiness. Everyone wants to be happy and is sad that they're not happy. And like anger, luckily, only lasts a little while, happiness too. it's connected to the word happen. It's connected to the word happenstance. So if something good happens, we say it's a good happening. And if it's not good, we say it's an unhappy, right? So remember that when we say we want to be happy, maybe we're not necessarily looking for the emotions, but we're the circumstances that would lead to good emotions or the good happenings, like being here today at Urban-15 is making me very happy. And it's temporary. And I thought about it a lot when I went back to the love poems that I wrote to my husband, and that I still write. And this one is about a girl named Happy. There was a girl named Happy. You said you knew her when you saw her, dreamt about her when you were 14, missed her the first time round. You are dedicated to her gardens now, grow lavender because she likes the scent. But her tears slash you. I told you she was a myth, but you lit candles for her anyway, and you gave me her ring.
This next piece is entitled Eye Contact. Let me see. Look into my eyes. Do you feel the energy? What a time to be alive. Realize that every time that I rise, a glitch in the holy manifest, magnificent. It's just a hint at the overall concepts. Consider this the past tense. Elements illuminate the basement. Where are we now? Surrounded by labyrinths and fake choices. Strained voices from the cries unheard. Our compliance has been mastered. Sit and wait. Delicate doomsday dress. How lovely, my fair lady. AI-generated aspirations fertilize these stories with your company. What am I but an accumulation of all these experiences? Listen and hear me well. All is not what it seems. Dreams are real and my adolescence has ascended. And now all I am left with is functioning performance. Cicada data breach, hieroglyphic mountain peaks. Save the bumblebees, breathe glitter. Speak in tongues, you zany shapeshifter. Big Dipper and other constellations. I get lost in her eyes on occasion. Hopeless magnum opus choking on psychosis. I hope no one cares to notice or bears to witness. Fish sticks, late night sitcom. What is there left to lose? Loose, lace up those shoes and stay prepared. Better yet, stay persistent. Not a man, but a mystic posing as a poet, hyper-focused forehead kiss with every affirmation. Simplistic in our stimulation. Silly simulation, stay puppet with all your strings. Do all angels have wings? Whistle while you work, ignore the pain for one more frame. A chance at fame, who's to blame? I believe evil was his name. He walked into the party unannounced. Complicated narrated paradox, lost in all the antiquated longing, billow out the window of a glass house, mouse maze, rat race, lion's den. Surely you have realized by now that this is the surrealist afterlife, where we confuse shadows for reflections. Remain with your eye contact.
This next poem is titled Self-Portrait with My Father's Eyes. What sum of those who've died still remains with us? What percentage of our memory still belongs to them? When we see our shadow rising against the wall as we walk down a street, does it belong to us? Or is it the way a loved one who has died attempts to say, I am here? Once, I painted a portrait of my father, face made of lines, and within the lines I could see what I thought had always belonged to me, his eyes, and the way they looked at me, the way he looked at me, like a stranger looks at someone he loves.
This is a chicharra poem. I slept as soundly as a chicharra in the great underground night of my dreams. I dreamed my spirit leaving my brown body like a leafy husk upon a chain-link fence in the blowing breezes of summer. I dreamt that I woke from a 13-year slumber with an insatiable hunger to simply sing the sweetness of my life to the sun.
Happy birthday to Urban-15. I was just, my jaw dropped when George told me that it was the 50th anniversary, the 50th birthday celebration this year of Urban-15. I had the privilege of being able to work here for many years. Was kind of on the, for a while I was behind the scenes for Mega Corazón, and then was able to come and actually share some of my own creative writing. And it was really, you know, it was the deeply rooted, community-based ethic of Urban-15 as an arts organization that gave me the that showed me that I needed to and I could make my work public in ways that I had never done before. So I think of them, and actually that we have, those of us who write, those of us who do performance-based arts, those of us who do visual art, like music, anything, like we have a responsibility, a public responsibility to share our work with each other and with the community and with the world. And so those were all things that I learned at Urban-15. And just the deep joy that's involved in making your creative work public. So yeah, it's with a lot of happiness that I celebrate Urban-15's 50th birthday celebration this year. I think of them as my art tío and art tía, George and Kat Cisneros. So much happiness, and let's do 50 more years.
Hello, my name is Amalia Ortiz, and I picked this poem just flipping channels just the other day. I saw The Outsiders, which is a classic movie with a lot of actors who later had really great careers. And there's a poem in the movie. And then the movie is also based on the book by S.E. Hinton. And so I found the passage from the book where a character, Johnny, is talking about this poem. He says, I've been thinking about it. And that poem, that guy that wrote it, he meant you're gold when you're a kid, like green. When you're a kid, everything's new, dawn. It's just when you get used to everything that it's day. Like the way you dig sunsets, Pony, that's gold. Keep that way. It's good. It's a good way to be. And one of the characters, it's an iconic moment, says, stay gold, pony boy. And here's that poem, Nothing Gold Stays, by Robert Frost. Nature's first green is gold, her hardest hue to hold. Her early leaf's a flower, but only so an hour. Then leaf subsides to leaf. So Eden sank to grief. So dawn goes down to day. Nothing gold can stay. Stay gold.
So this piece right here is a tribute to Miles Davis. It's called All Blues, to the tune of All Blues. Can we take this brass, paint it serene? Baby, let me fade your love blue in green. I used to taste your jazz, it was so supreme. Tertiary colors gradating the scene. But now, enviously I watch. Jealousy embedded within, I listen. The sound intense. The way you caress her bronze curvaceous form, like passion gave you permission. You hold her in submission, whisper sweet nothings into a delicate pouty mouthpiece. Tornadic winds begin blowing in my mind. You've creased the corners of my heart, bent. Virtually all of your time is spent pressing her buttons. I want all or nothing. I am passionately possessive. My gaze arrests you like the police as I call for a cease and desist. But you can't resist the temptation to play with her. I beckon your love, but you stay miles away. I summon for you, but you are afloat towards jagged rocks, siren swayed. I beckon for your love, but you stay miles away. You foolish minstrel, can't you see? You blow your cool and she sets you free, but I am here when she goes silent, when the twilight fades into the wee hours. This art has got you captive under lock and key, and you cower to the calling, falling beneath the brew and spell. I watch envy scaling my skin like a crocodile's tail. You wail one last note and cloak my heart in the dark, a riff that tears my pulp apart. Tear my pulp.
This is a poem called I Am San Antonio. I feel alive with the vibe of the San Anto tribe. Our spirit rises from the flowing waters of the sacred river that sings in the city named after the saint of lost things. We are more than a place. We are centuries of fierce stories staring out of a multifaceted face. Yes, I feel alive with the vibe of the San Anto tribe. I am San Antonio. We are San Antonio. Somos creativos, constructores y visionarios, y por todos los barrios corre el espíritu de maestras, activistas y revolucionarios. Venimos de todos tiempos y todos lugares a reclamar nuestras familias y nuestros propios hogares. It's a feeling I can barely describe. I feel so alive with the vibe of the San Anto tribe. Yes, I am San Antonio. We are San Antonio. And while petty differences seem to keep us apart, let nothing truly separate us at heart. And so, let us put both red and green salsa on our tacos and tamales. Let the flour tortilla and corn tortilla people hold hands and skip together while singing bilingual songs down the sunny December sidewalks of San Anto. Let the coffee people and the tea people and the tequila people gather together and sip their drinks at the same table, warming their collective soul. Whether you soak your beans before cooking or you think the soakers need a good soaking themselves, let us simply agree that our frijol power is of the same nature. Because I am San Antonio, we are San Antonio. Let the natives and the transplants realize that we are all cosmic immigrants and we're all meant to share the same space. Whether you are de aquí or de allá, de este lado or de aquel lado, let us welcome each other to each other's side. Whether you are cumbia or polka, country or rock, bingo or loteria, chalupa or tostada, carne asada or al pastor. Whether you squeeze lemon into your caldo or not, and whether you are caldo de res or caldo de pollo, menudo or pozole, whether you go crazy over pumpkin spice during the holidays or you think pumpkin spicers are crazy, whether you are carne guisada with cheese or without, whether you are from the hood or the heights or the hills or the holes through which people fall, whatever heavens or hells you and yours traveled so far from and for so long in Spanish and English and 1,000 other languages to finally call this place home. Welcome to the vibe that we feel inside as part of the San Anto tribe.
I'd like to share a poem from my latest book, Warrior Girl, which is a novel in verse. The whole story is told with, instead of chapters, poems that advance the action. At one point, our 12-year-old protagonist, Celina Teresa Guerrera Maya, talks about how her grandma helps her find understanding about her heritage. This one's called The Discovery. My grandma jokes, when my ancestors saw Columbus landing and kissing the ground, he was super lost. He thought he was in India. So if anyone wants to talk about Columbus discovering America, explain to them that he was lost and America discovered him. My grandma says her family comes from right here, has been living here since before it was the U.S. or Mexico or even San Antonio. Her people called it Yanawana. Grandma says when the Europeans came, they changed our city's name, changed our names, tried to change our language and religion too. My grandma corrects anyone who says the Indians disappeared. 'Cause we're not gone, mija, we're still right here. Named Garcia and Martinez, De Leon and Delgado, Campos and Flores, Hernandez and Sanchez. We might speak Spanish, we might speak English, but our blood is still the same. We love this land. We love our culture. We love sharing gifts with all who come. Our generous cultures have given you so much. Chips and salsa, ketchup and fries, chewing gum, chocolate, 2 houses of Congress, hammocks to relax, and a 0 for math and computers. Pues, ¿qué más quieren?
This next poem is what came forward when I was trying to write a poem about the earth, and all I could come up with was a love poem, and so it became a love letter to the earth. My dearest, you are how I survive in our wide spiral of the Milky Way, where I can sometimes feel insignificant gazing at 1,000 stars. From you, I gather my strength. I should tell you I love you more often, but the words feel hollow, a bitterness in my mouth unaccompanied by supportive actions. I'm embarrassed by giving you my trash, my garbage, my waste, my useless cast-off junk. I dig down deeply into your surface and fill it with my refuse. From you, I collect my courage to change. But I do love you. Desperately, I seek your embraces. I love to watch the rivulets streaming down your surface when the rain pours down on your bare crust skin. I love to feel your hot breath of summer wind caressing my face, attempting to cool me after my exertions. From you, I sense my desire. You are the beauty I see all around me. During dayspring, I watch you light up as the first bird song delights my ears. Every evening, I see your vivid sunset streaks of gold and mauve, stealing my breath away with your loveliness, glowing in the golden light, wrapped in a crimson cloak. From you, I find my deepest delight. How I miss the time we spent together, diving in cold Canadian late spring waters, stopping my heart on the first contact. How we embraced in the summer hayfields, teeming with rabbits chasing each other. How in the autumnal hikes we watched the season light the trees on fire, leaves of bright yellow, orange, and scarlet flames hiding the dying time. How we kept each other safely warm despite winter's cold snapping at our souls. From you, I renew my hope. You are my promise, my lover, my goddess, my only earth, my abode in this cosmos. From you, I gather my strength.
Because we can no longer teach about race in the classroom, we will observe the spectrum, how all light catches the skin, how some colors get caught up in the dark, how all colors can be seen, but not all are noticed. We will count the dead without descriptions of what they looked like, why they died, who killed them, and every mathematical calculation is really just a word problem. We will calculate the debt owed to workers never paid, realize our economy was built on blood and terror, still call it economic progress, still avoid a breaking back pay. The width of the river is not equal to the length one will take to freedom, to opportunity, to a better tomorrow. We will measure how much water a lung can hold, how much water is displaced by the bodies of children, the weight of a heart, its fragility, its strength. Porvenir will be just a lesson in Spanish about where justice is. ¿Dónde está? Slocum will be a lesson in physics about how justice equals time, and time is distance over speed. The distance is long, the speed is slow, so justice never arrives in time. Because we can no longer discuss race in the classroom, we will study urban dendrology, the tensile strength of rope, supply and demand, rope, gasoline, lumber. Visual art can no longer be required. Strange fruit cannot be rendered as still life. Because we can no longer mention race in the classroom, all victims will remain silent, muted, like the screams of children in Uvalde.
September 27th, 2016. Feeling the smoothness of the skin of your back through the soft clothing you wear, the curve of your hip, the well of your spine, your breath the flavor of sweet wine, pools of desire singe my fingertips, and you notice, undecided but your gaze, your smile beguiling in its heart-throbbing moistness, transfers to my lips a question unspoken. You have the answer, and now I know. Stormy night, romance, in the wake of all that was, newness of your presence, care for me. I am the blade that was never broken. Slow dance with me after midnight. Unending delight of your true compassion arranges the shards of truth I now know are real. Tiny whispers from your mouth to my left ear land like answered prayers on the tip of my heart. Now, in this beginning, I should warn you, I am real.
So this poem was inspired by axolotls. And for those of you that don't know what axolotls are, they are native to Mexico. They are endangered, and they are being studied because they are unequaled for their healing powers. And so, for the axolotl. Little warrior, almost imperceptibly scarred from so much healing. How many regrown limbs, how many repaired organs, even precious brain tissue created anew. Teach me this, little warrior, how you remain tender and infinite, soft and eternal in the face of struggle. How it is the healing has already begun, even before the wound.
A found poem. That's a poem you find. You go somewhere and you weren't expecting to read a poem, and then you see a line like this one on a menu. Our Fideo Loco special is back and here to stay. $6.99 and includes tea all day. That caught my eye. Fideo Loco. How can you go wrong with that? Savor words. Fideo Loco, PhD. I'm back riding my blue bicicleta through the old neighborhood, wearing a tweed jacket, frayed patches on my elbows, looking no lesser than a professor of philosophy. And if someone asks why I keep in my lapel a purple-pink clavel, I tell them I'm Fideo Loco, PhD. And just so you can know, next week I travel to Halifax, a visiting scholar in Nova Scotia. But for now, I ride my blue bicicleta. Fideo Loco, PhD, looking like la pura neta.
My name is Tilton. This is a poem that I wrote called Break the Cycle. I'm desperate for change. I want to break the cycle, want to see down to my core. Although it's been a while, unravel the fabric of my being, look at the threads and smile, and I just want my reflection to exude my true perspective, because although I've learned a lot, I'm not living my life lessons. I just teach what I've been taught and lose myself in the processes of the cycle of my brain that always tells me that I'm less than, but I'm desperate for this change. I want to break the cycle, want to see down to my core. Although it's been a while, because I can still hear the patterns of speech pass between my parents, and I can still feel the shattering vibration of their severance. I can still count the clatters of my teeth when I feel terror. I can still sit for hours wreaking havoc on my heirlooms, because all they ever left me was broken pieces and empty bottles. I will no longer convince myself that this is my normal. I will no longer present myself with lies, but first and foremost, there are things inside my brain that need to be rearranged before my mind runs on for miles, because I'm desperate for this change and I want to break the cycle. I refuse to treat my sons the way my mother treated me. Promise myself the man I love will never have to hear me speak using the voice of the tongue inside my brain that calls me weak. I promise myself that I will live to my potential and I won't waste my wealth of wisdom pouring it into a schedule. I'll sow and reap positive thoughts using my voice as their vessel. I'm making my own name, not held to standards of my idols. I'm just desperate for this change, and I will break the cycle.
So this is another section of The Concrete Poet. This is, I thought, one of the few sections that might be appropriate for a young audience. So for all of y'all who are students, this is called Scratch. And think about an art activity that you may have done, I hope. Scratch. You were young. Crayons to cover the whole surface of the paper, thick with color, pressing hard, reading names like burnt sienna, and once covered, over the top of it in black, like night falling on a fauvist canvas. Then the pointed tool to scratch away and release color, sometimes hints of form beneath, and sometimes just the forms you scratched in. You were young, and crayons.
My voice has been loved before. I once loved my voice. I once chirped like a bird. All the cats knew I was a bird. Young bird, fresh bird, naive wordy birdie. I once let my voice be used my voice for my lover's use. I once was used for my voice. My voice, so smooth, the silkiness of my mother's voice before I ever knew. Her voice in the distance, a beacon to the place called home. I once longed for a voice, the heart of the universe descending upon lowly clay. But when it drew near, It was so glorious, I thought I would break, and so I begged it away, then felt my heart break. And in the break, I found my voice I loved, my voice, my lover, my tender old bird.
Lastly, I want to read a poem by somebody here that's local to San Antonio. This is a poem by Shelley Ettinger, and just a little bit about her as a poet. She's a queer Jewish writer from New York City originally, but she married a Tejana from San Antonio, and so she and her wife are here now. And this is a poem she wrote really recently, just a couple of weeks ago, and it's called Flower Massacre. She opens the poem with a little blurb from a news brief, but I think the poem really kind of speaks for itself, so I'll just read the poem. This is Flower Massacre. You think it's irony at first? It's spelled wrong at first. In your head, a fun metaphor. It's blossoms, buds, stems, scents. You picture birds, maybe, or animals eating petals, maybe. Insects descending in swarms, devouring flowers and fields on trees. It's ironic because it's iconic. Nature doing its cyclical thing, pure, innocent, instinctive. You spelled it wrong in your head. Now you know it's not metaphor, it's actual. No bees, no flying beings, not natural. It's people, downed, mass as in murder, acre as in designated slaughter site. The hungry strafed, their bodies, bloodied arms outstretched for flour sacks dropped because feeding starving children is not permitted, must be swiftly stopped because the deaf deliverers determine eating to be a capital crime in Palestine.
In my new book, Socorro, that's going to come out in 2025, there's a section of it dedicated to the 7 sorrows of La Virgen, or the Virgin Mary. And one of the sorrows, I mean, they're all a lot to take, very hard to write about. But as we think about Easter coming around, one of the sorrows absolutely coincides with Easter, and it's sorrow number 6. So this poem is Sorrow 6, Taking Down of the Body. And the story with sorrow number 6, it's when Joseph of Arimathea took down his body and wrapped him in linens. And he was a wealthy man who came to take care of the body of Jesus. So here we go. Sorrow 6, Taking Down of the Body. For the strange tree to drop him after 6 hours, dried blood on the twig thin crown. The lesser goldfinch is yellow on the inside, Esperanza flower yellow, black hood on top of gleaming, crowned from the moment of birth, siren for us to note, or for the reluctant to sing helpless before a coffin of ashes. Ruby wing of simple words, simple life of give and give, wrapped like anybody for the last time. Imagine, the prayer says, to imagine the unimaginable pain she felt, seeing this wrapped, wild son of hers in yellowing linens, moving beyond her, her soul now dismembered, gone from her body, joined to him. There's a second poem about the same event that I'll just continue to. It's another short one. It's about the same moment. Quell this. Moments before the lesser goldfinch escapes a swipe from my cat and leaps off the white terracotta bath, I reach for binoculars, want to gaze at its black, gleaming hood, understand how feathers work around a small skull. Gone before I fully see its white wing bars, swirling cascades down its black wings. A knowing mom. A wren is high up, or is it a cardinal stuffed and shimmering with her egg? Sometimes we never see the thing catching the tiniest of flies who are drawn to death. And at his tomb, where the worms and the ants swaddled round his glory, he disappeared quick. It was a miracle. No time for any creeping juniper to grow round his throat.
This next poem is titled Note to Self-Work by Bo Sia. And get there before sundown. Feed yourself only what nurtures. Let the process of shedding be joyous in its eternity. Create and call it creation. Tell lashing out that it isn't worthy of your song. Beat the drum instead of yourself. Beat the drum when hands want to become fists. Beat the drum to get beneath the surface. Jump off the bed, welcome waves in the tub, cook as if dancing. Cry into your journal as if it rinses away. Praise into your journal like you ain't apologizing for none of your shine. Claim into your journal for there's no need to die waiting. Be too vibrant for lingering on those who neglect, too all to keep treating yourself so poorly. Be more than knowing in case you need encouragement. I'ma share that memory you tucked away. Scared you be laughed at, trying for more than drowning speculatorily. That shows you beyond the bad beats, who you were before that season you've forgotten. To remind that every victory counts and that you're one step closer to today.
This poem is titled Poem About Not Dying, with references to the movie Blood In, Blood Out, which came out in 1992, I believe. It's hard to write a funny poem about a movie where a young boy dies with a needle in his arm. In a city where vatos locos forever mean that you're on the clock, bitch, and midnight is coming. Where it means that no one gets to truly raise a family, and all the family you have could backstab you when you least expected, or will die for you, because this is the only way they can show their love. But love is everywhere. Just like in every neighborhood, In every barrio, there must be a pine tree waiting for us to return. It doesn't have to be a pine tree. Any tree would do, but one on which one of our working class forefathers, just before the horizon swelled with twilight, carved their initials with a pocket knife right in its heart center. For months now, I watched the same movies over and over till I memorized the lines the dying speak just before they close their eyes forever, in a make-believe world that sometimes spills into my dreams. Dreams where I'm driving fast and reckless like El Gallo Negro, and my immigrant father dying in the back seat, asking for a drink of water, his last, he says, before he closes his eyes to the earth and opens them to see a new world where everyone is a stranger, and words are birds whose flight no one understands. Next time you see birds, think of them as words we never say to each other, like I miss you, and I love you, and don't go. See the sky speak with birds all along the dirt roads where we try to leave a trace of who we are, and hear them speak along grain fields that brighten against the long horizon like low flames, or like the small fire a gun spits out of its mouth into the air to remind us that it's just a movie, that no one dies here, and we all go home.
This next poem was inspired by an event that everyone in Texas is very well aware of, the failing of the Texas power grid during the Snowmageddon. It's called Power of the Wind. In West Texas plains, giant windmills spread out blades as far as my eyes can see, harnessing the gusts, grabbing the gales to add power to the heart of our Lone Star grid, however weak it may be. Who could know why the wind blows, whirling us on our way back inside, pushing us outside, onward, upward, with no thought of destination? It will move, whether we use it or not. While those in Austin's Capitol building, endless meetings give long-winded explanations of a deadly failure that change nothing. Meanwhile, invisible forces whip by perpetually in motion to spin the long metal arms. These winds have blown the West Texas desert dust since the seas dried up, and they will continue long after the last spinning windmill drops into decay and rust. Wind holds power that we can trust, looking after us more than any politician ever will.
Hello, everyone. I am so excited that we are bringing this continued Festival of Words to you all. Happy National Poetry Month to everyone. April is such a wonderful time of year where we can do all of our writing and reading and celebrating the literary arts, especially poetry. I want to give a shout out to Texas Commission of the Arts and National Endowment of the Arts. Thank you for your sponsorship. Thank you also to the Department of Arts and Culture and also the City of San Antonio for all that you do to support the arts in the state of Texas and the City of San Antonio. And finally, I want to wish URBAN-15 a happy 50th anniversary. Oh my gosh, 50 years. What an amazing and extraordinary time. And thank you so much for all that you do in the 50 years you've served the San Antonio and surrounding area community.
Hello, my name is Amalia Ortiz. This next poem, Diatriba number 26, is a pantoum. In pantoums, every line is repeated twice, and it's a specific form where the lines leapfrog each other. This is a found pantoum, meaning that I used quotes from other people, mainly from articles, and once I wrote it, I realized it sounds like various voices, and so I needed another voice to help me with it. I invited Jacqueline Salome today to read with me. She's a member of my band, Las Hijas de la Madre. And this is Found Pantoum for Aaron Bushnell, George Floyd, and Palestine. This is what our ruling class has decided will be normal. Today, I am planning to engage in an extreme act of protest against the genocide of the Palestinian people.
I don't need guns. I need fire extinguishers.
What would I do if I was alive during slavery or the Jim Crow South?
Today, I am planning to engage in an extreme act of protest against the genocide of the Palestinian people.
What would I do if my country was committing genocide?
What would I do if I was alive during the Jim Crow South or apartheid?
The answer is you're doing it right now.
What would I do if my country was committing genocide?
I will no longer be complicit in genocide.
The answer is you're doing it right now.
In the wake of George Floyd's killing by police in Minneapolis in 2020,
I will no longer be complicit in genocide.
Bushnell wanted to take a stand against all state-sanctioned violence.
In the wake of George Floyd's killing by police in Minneapolis in 2020,
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Bushnell wanted to take a stand against all state-sanctioned violence.
He knows that he has privilege as a white man and a member of the military.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Tell my kids I love them. I'm dead.
He knows that he has privilege as a white man and a member of the military.
Free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine.
Tell my kids I love them. I'm dead.
Compared to what people have been experiencing in Palestine at the hands of their colonizers, it's not extreme at all.
Free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine.
Children are dying from hunger, says UN aid coordinator.
Compared to what people have been experiencing in Palestine at the hands of their colonizers, it's not extreme at all.
Mama, 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 mama.
Children are dying from hunger, says UN aid coordinator.
I don't need guns. I need fire extinguishers.
Mama, 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 mama.
This is what our ruling class has decided will be normal.
She's got reptilian hip rhythm. She lets song slither from underneath her hissing skin. She is a brown and dewy body, bathed in a balayage of stage lighting. She is pyrite igniting, hitting the rafters with the purest beauty she can possibly muster from her inflated lungs, and we will all succumb to her snake charms. Arms extended, she is hugging the reverie of the horn section, her form physically conducting a scatting soul session. She's such a sweet little dancer. A tisket, a tasket, an old yellow basket burrows its way into the silver realistic microphone, her tone breaking free from expectations, her tone breaking the color barriers of Jim Crow, her voice colliding with stereotypes and changing perceptions all in one night, all in one nightclub stomping at the Savoy. her crown in its place. The queen of swing graces us all, belle of the ballroom, a blooming foliage of feathers adorning her tightly curled follicles. The molecules of her radiance showering the philharmonic as jazz chords trumpet up the balcony. No one is seated. No one is standing. Everyone is levitating because she is elevating the art form. Get it? Elevating? Non-conforming mystic that she is. Hypnotist is what she is. And whether it's elegant Ella meets Ellington to the duets with the dizziness of Gillespie, she is so impressive because of the prowess of pleasure-filled chords making their exodus from her parted Red Sea lips. Yeah. She be that female pharaoh tightening her grip, enslaving us all with her music. And we are whipped, we are stunned into silence. And if she is descending a strand of Chick's percussionist web or ascending a riff from Calloway's big band, she commands the cadence, she commands the vibration, the temperament, and the textures. Oh God, her textures. Every one tickles the chord like a court jester, bountiful as laughter from her throat. She can make a song sound somber. She can make a song sound giddy, but the song, well, the song, it don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. Do-up, 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 do-up. Her body, so fat with talent that the whole room protrudes. And we are all enraptured by her volcanic eruptions, so much so that we could become ash-covered statues. Completely classic, persuasively pushing us over with her seductive blues. We are exhilarated by you, Ella Fitzgerald, so I am paying you this tribute, you queen. And it don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. Do-up, do-up, do-do-do, do-do-do. Wop. Yeah.
I have many poems in Spanish that I rarely get to read in public because I don't read poems in Spanish, but I'm going to more often, and this is one of the latest ones. It's a first draft. This is Poema para mi musa. Estás durmiendo, mi rosa morada, y aquí estoy solo, solo, solo a tu lado, escuchando la lluvia eterna de la soledad sin ti durante esta noche oscura. Ya sé que soy necio, estrella mía, pero ya mero amanece el día. Por favor, amor, abre tus ojos para que nazcan todas las flores y todos los colores de mi corazón en el mundo otra vez.
This next poem reminds me of why I do poetry, and that is because of the connection I feel with others. When I first performed this poem, a couple came up to me afterwards and told me that it reminded them of a dear loved one who had recently passed, and I love that connection that you have with people. This poem is called Rain Lilies, And if you've lived in Texas for a while, you know that by the time October comes around, we are very ready for blessed relief. And usually when the weather breaks, we have our first storms, the rain lilies pop out on all the hillsides, and it's a glorious time to realize we survived another summer. So that's the thought that went into this poem. Rain lilies wait with patience, just under the surface for the fall rains to return. The vital waters quenching their thirsty roots allow the plants to sprout. Long, slender stems leaning towards the light, absorbing the energy to blossom. 6-petaled lilies filling an entire hillside with intricate patterns like lace. Lives of lilies remind me beautiful things should happen naturally, without force.
This poem is about a former student of mine, Cloud Cardona, who wrote this poem about her dad, a colleague and mentor of mine, Jesse Cardona. It's called A Portrait of Jacinto, or rather a portrait of his parents. A boy was born with a pagan name in Palacios, Texas. At the baptism, the priest pleaded with his mother to give her son a Catholic name. This is when Jesus dove into the river between Jacinto and Cardona. He loved eating bread in the shape of a pig on the front steps of St. Joseph's Catholic Church, never forgetting George Washington bread for his mother, who did her ironing on humid autumn mornings and took him by the hand into a school that separated the boys with brown skin like Jacinto's from the rest. On Friday nights, he wore his nice khakis and headed downtown to see movies like Creature from the Black Lagoon. His father returned at midnight, smelling of grease. He was the #1 fry cook in Alice, Texas. His skin felt as ancient as oak. As he got older, Jacinto wondered if the taste of pancakes still lingered under his tongue like a quartz geode. His father's last pair of shoes read L on one and R on the other in thick Sharpie. Sometimes Jacinto visits Alice, pulling up Texas thistles that crowd his parents' brown plaques. He used to write poems about his mother's view from her kitchen window, a woman who did not know how to sign her name, only a lonely X on the page. Jacinto gets to work early, ready to teach the youth about Jane Eyre and heroes' zeniths and words that his mother could never read.
I wrote this poem in October 26, 2018, when people were celebrating 300 years of occupation of this land. The Buddhists asked the question, where will you be 300 years from now? I ask, where were you 300 years ago when we needed you? When manifest destiny put asunder the native people? Those that survive strive on, burying the old ways in generation gaps. They tread upon the shards of broken treaties and the bones of their ancestors. The rains come and the rains go. Time trickles down from the high points to the streams, to the river, and the river flows. 300 years plus 3,000 years plus 30,000 years, and still the rains come and the river flows. Yanawana, Yanawana, yo, Yanawana, hey, Yanawana, hey. Ah, the way of the river, with its depths and shallows, wide here and narrow there, rapids and eddies and switchbacks and quicksand. Long before any revolutions, the populace survived. Venerating the deceased as they transition from life to death, ceremony, ritual, and millenniums later, laws and rules and rulers. All the colors of humanity giving directions on how to get there. Eventual babies of the Alamo, rigid, rugged, beleaguered, and full of resistance, copying nature, stealing memories, diaries lost in an illiterate oral history, fixed translations from so many tongues wagging. Blessing the dead, blessing the animas and seeking their blessing, blessing the animals as they prepare them for the slaughter, for the grill, for the feast, for the prison. The rains come and the rains go. Time will continue to trickle down from the high points to the streams, to the river, and the river flows.
The scatterer of ashes. What does it mean to be born of a cataclysm? There was one world, and then there was another. There is no known number for 5 centuries of death. We are children of ash, children of fire, children of corpses, children of blood-soaked earth, mourning all these centuries because we cannot lay all their spirits to rest. Mourning because new blood revives the cries of old blood, because new tears fall every day to join the rivers of old tears flowing inside the earth. Mourning because we have seen too many of our own die, and the dying has not ended. We mourn the nameless future dead as we mourn the nameless past dead. What offerings can we make to Neshtepua, the scatterer of ashes, when so much has already been sacrificed, been lost, been taken? Scatter the ashes, Neshtepua, and let them rest. What does it mean to be born knowing we are destined for ash? Lay them to rest, Neshtepua, and in return we offer this. When it is time to scatter our ashes, you will find only flames flickering over our stubborn hearts, because we are not ash. We are neither dead nor dying, not today. For all are dead, we will live incandescent. We are children of survive, children of struggle, children of sing, children of pray, children of resist. 5 centuries of dying has also been 5 centuries of living, of remembering, of gathering, of building, of stories, of birthing. Neshtepua, we may weep, but even our ashes will sing.
So have fun writing. Savor words. compose a sound poem. Bombazo. Bomba, bomba, too many bombas. Estoy bombo de tanta bomba. Bomba, bomba, too many bombas. Qué vida, living under la sombra de la bomba. Bomba, bomba, too many bombas. Todo mundo building bombas y más bombas until una bomba booms in every living room. Bomba, bomba, too many bombas. Tumba. Tumba. I don't want an urban bomba to blow my kingdom bones to an early tumba. Bomba, bomba, too many bombas. Bring on las congas. Bring on Benny Morey. Que bonito baila usted. Bomba, bombas, too many bombas. Bring on las congas. Ya basta con las bombas.
My name is Tilton. This is a poem that I wrote called The Energy Exchange. 3, 2, 1, action. Shh, quiet. Listen. We're having a moment, an exchange of energy. Can you feel it? Don't break now, stick with me. This is the part where it starts to get good. Don't let your mind wander now. I think you're giving quite less than you should. Please, pay attention. Unless you would rather pay in regret. One blink, you might miss it. Let's see if you can pass the test. It's almost over now. Or has it only just begun? Hold on to your seat now. We're really starting to have some fun. Don't you dare lie. Look me in my face. It's the reason you came here. Why we're all gathered in this space. Let's gather some time now. Everyone's having their own little moment. Put them all in the hat now. 'Cause I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna draw it. I'm drawing the moment. See, this is the part that I need you to see. So I'm drawing it out. A picture of me seeing you. Are you seeing me? This is the moment, so don't you feel precious and squeaky and clean. But before it passes, please, just do me one thing. Everyone together, hum. I'll go first, and you after me. We did it. We felt it. We lived it. We're here. It's passing. It's gone. Don't worry. It's clear. I know it. You felt it. Something deep inside. It shifted. This moment, this wild emotional ride. Hold on to that feeling. Nothing can ever take it away. And when we live in this moment, every instant can feel just that way.
This is a poem by the late, great Rosemary Kotakalos, a dear friend, a former director of Gemini Inc., a great poet, the first Latina Texas State Poet Laureate, whose work I have been entrusted to put together a volume of her unpublished work, as well as for the University of Houston, a book called Unsung Masters of some published, some unpublished work, because in fact the published work is all out of print too. So this is Headscarf by Rosemary Kotakalos. This world so heavy with sadness, the daughter who asks her father, please not to die in winter, please, as winter is so dark, or the neurosurgeon who has a stroke and now drags his left leg around, does yards, and eats only every other day. All this happens at the same time. It's all the same world. The boy who goes to war because he can't think of anything else to do, and his country can't either. When he comes back, he doesn't know his family, remembers nothing but the girl dead at his feet, her headscarf. Oh, her embroidered headscarf, its colored threads shaped into a flowering border, keeping nothing out, keeping nothing in.
In my city, the big walls get painted, then painted over again. Here we have big imaginations and long histories. My neighborhood is full of color and sound and growth. No matter how much I dig in my heels, it keeps progressing. I grew up under 2 palm trees filled with bats. The other trees held ruckus clouds of blackbirds. From the bats, I felt fear, and from the birds, amazement. The birds are gone. I left home and don't know about the bats. My dreams are simple these days, dandelion wishes and lightning bug evenings, and a never-ending flow of clean, clear water. When I grow old and talk about my city, I'll remember the underground springs and the tower that always guided me home, and the unhindered tree limbs that covered the streets like a canopy. My words will join together into big walls layered thick with different histories, like the peeling paint of an old mural. Here we have big imaginations and long histories.
On email listservs I'm still on, I saw that the American Studies Association's annual conference is this weekend. But I'd much rather be doing this, stopping through every Family Dollar, Dollar General, small town grocery, Dairy Queen, and taqueria, and leaving flyers soliciting submissions for an art show about fracking on counters and community boards. Almost every little place has one. The Eagle Ford is a community as awash in pinup boards and handwritten thumbtacked announcements as it is in rigs and trucks. We sleep in bags without tents or tarps beneath a dome of clouded stars. From her bag, Jinx reflects that a state park simulates a commons in its archaic sense, but is not one in actual fact. But we eat when we're hungry and don't bother with ice chests or planning or packing or any of that. My Spanish is good enough to get us by when it's necessary, but it's usually not. This is South Texas, so almost everyone is bilingual. In Three Rivers, I am propositioned outside a feed store point blank by a roughneck in a hard hat. Mexicano, not bad looking, but yeah, no thanks. What's that? He wants to know, nodding at my flyer, printed double-sided on goldenrod. One side for English, the other for Spanish. When I tell him it's for an art show, he asks, reasonably, "Are you an artist?" "A writer," I tell him. "Oh yeah? Wanna kick it with me in my trailer?" I politely decline, but he presses me, evidently entitled. "I have a partner," I object. "That's not my main objection, but..." "Like a life partner?" he asks. "Yeah." "Woman or man?" "A man," I say. "Well, he's lucky." Yeah, no thanks. Three Rivers is also where we see the inland Valero refinery looming at the end of the state highway, even larger than the one in Houston, Jinx says. We drive around it, mouths agog. George West is where Kamala told us to watch out for cops, but the Pizzerific there offers to put our flyers on the tops of all its outgoing pizza boxes. Beeville is mostly boring, save the gambling house on the edge of town with blacked-out windows, and the music shop on the main drag where the guy can't seem to wrap his head around the idea of an art show about the oil and gas industry. "Oil?" he keeps repeating. "Oil? But I thought you said art." None of the libraries are open because it's Saturday, Sunday, Veterans Day, Monday. It's like the worst time to drive around these little towns looking for public repositories for flyers, but the sides of ice machines and red boxes are good proxies. Mathis is an armpit, like my mom said. She used to work there. Main Street, a dusty strip of boarded-up buildings whose souls have long since ascended. But it's where we get pulled over by Officer Bible? No, really, for barely expired inspection sticker, and where, not a minute later, we find ourselves on County Road 666. No, really, Jess Facebooks it from her phone. Alice, Texas is where I walk for long blocks, looking for something open on a Sunday, somewhere to liberate a log, finding nothing except a line of porta potties at a Veterans Day festival where you can ride ponies and pet rabbits and goats and scramble up a mobile rock climbing wall. Orange Grove is Jess and Jinx's favorite, where I see a sign in the window of a Tex-Mex cafe, "Snakes Wanted." Freer, though, Freer is where we pose for pictures in front of the giant painted plaster rattler that fronts the one-room Chamber of Commerce building, where at the Family Dollar they say no to flyers. Corporate says no, says the half-Mexican cashier, takes one to no one, with a country drawl. This preacher came by, he tells me, from San Diego, with flyers about pies or cakes or something. And when we said no, he got really mad, and he damned us all to hell. The aforementioned San Diego, Texas, that is, population 4,488, is where they tell us that the shale doesn't really start for another 20 miles or so to the north. Between Freer and Tilden is a lot of nothing, due north, until the Exxon Mobil signs and the flares begin, looking like treetops on fire. Flares and flares and flares, and other fracking sign like scat. Just inside the fence line, the dirt scraped clear in a band for the laying of pipeline, maybe? Or something called hydrostatic testing, the signs read. We crane our necks. What's that? I make a mental note to Google it once home. Strike. The name of the company is Strike. I write it down one-handed as I drive, scrawling without looking down on one of the flyers. Eyes on the road. I write down images and phrases that rise to mind from a landscape transformed as we drive. Flares like trees on fire, smelling like sulfur. Rig jobs lit up like a film set or high school football field on a Friday night. Brighter than day as evening descends.
It's been hard to work this year. It's been hard to smile this year, being just almost exactly a year since the death of the poet Wendy Barker, a very close friend of mine and my greatest poetry teacher. And so to honor her today, I'm going to read this from her book, From the Moon, Earth is Blue. And this beautiful collection takes on a really close examination of different colors. And I would say this would be the title poem, although this poem's title is Apology for Blue, for Wendy and for anyone out there who loved Wendy and who will love Wendy in the future. Apology for Blue. The epigraph is, don't prate to me of divinity, but of blue. That's William Gass, 1924. A form of black, said the Greeks, cousin of gray, species of darkness, opposite of light, not a mention in Homer with his wine-dark seas. Even the Bible doesn't note the celestial vault is blue. We've 3 times more synonyms for red. Cerulean lacks the force of blood's vermilion. And yet Cennini's Quattrocento brought back lapis lazuli from Pakistan, ground the heavy gray-veined stone to paste, kneaded it like bread, sieved, melted, strained the stuff through linen, then mixed in lye and slapped the lump with sticks till the blue drained off, a powder stored in a leather purse, reserved for the virgin's lap, color of meekness and profound piety, the heavenly spirit that woman's body cool, unsullied by carnality, wrapped in blue, more dear than gold. But 19th century scientists observed in the Bunsen burner's flame, the highest heat is blue. The hottest stars are bluish white. And objects hurling near light speed show bluer than the slower ones. In physics, blue's the color of collision, fire, the laser's beam that centuries of artists showed, streaming to a mortal woman's lap. Fulcrum of our heated lives, hinge and spring of our renewal. Hard to see what's closest. From the moon, Earth is blue.
Can't stop the rain from falling. Can't stop the rain from falling. Can't stop the rain from falling down on me.
Have you heard the news today? The transmission of division in the airwaves. They say it's all a reckoning, reverse revolution, dissolving in confusion, regurgitating this illusion, set sights on horizon spontaneously, when in reality, night and day exist simultaneously.
Have you heard the news today? Don't go outside. They say it's crazy out there.
It's crazy.
It's crazy out there. People dying and children crying. Pretty soon the bombs will be flying. They say it's crazy out there. It's crazy out there. I turned off my television because all I saw was static and division and sights of dramatic discontentment. How come I never see? Headline reads, man lives his life peacefully.
Headline reads, woman finds God easily. Headline reads, teen makes a good choice where no one sees. And that man was never going to jump off of that bridge. He was just going up to see the sights and to scream at the top of his lungs, I'm living my life and I'm all right.
Broadcast through the aftermath of static, we lie stagnant in our imprint of evolution. Mass pollution through delusion, bonding on a fusion of uncertainty. Callous by currency, life carries a different buoyancy. The underwater monastery in your consciousness, I label Atlantis. And if you listen, you can hear the Sanskrit gravity whispers as the birds migrate. Imitate nature through vulgarity, complicate serenity with an explanation. Lessons in moderation developed in transition. But the television had other motives, enclosed in flashy lights and advertisements. Destruction of our mindfulness. Bask in the essence of this moment as it reincarnates the element of your fate. Shattered glass on the window pane. Quaking of the ground from a distant tank. Rust on a boat that sank. Have you heard the news today? They claim it's all divinity, and what a pity each story reads with its artificial craving, fully aware of their anticipation and their boosted ratings.
People dying and children crying. Pretty soon the bombs will be flying, they say. It's crazy out there. It's crazy out there.
This is a poem dedicated to all the San Antonio youth who are watching us and to all the youth around the world who are listening to our poetry. It's called Elemental Writing. I prayed to the empty parks. I prayed to the sunlit roads. I prayed to the God of my childhood to make a knife out of my blessings. I prayed to the corpses I carried in my heart. I prayed they could be lifted and drowned in the black fields where lonely bulls grazed. Listen, I'm writing what I can't remember, as if this sewing is all that matters, and it isn't. No one is here to touch me. No one is here to fill my center with sand. What word to pack a wound? What wound to fill a mouth? The parks never answered my prayer. God just clapped his hands and sent rain to drip from the trees.
I'm sure all of you have some kind of reaction to these poems. Please go to our website. Let us know your thoughts, your feelings, your reactions. Thank you for watching Mega Corazón. Special thanks, City of San Antonio, National Endowment for the Arts, Texas Commission for the Arts, and our Board of Directors, and all of the great poets who have come through the process. Good night.